Hey there, tonight's story is about love, but not the gentle kind. These are the tangled, tragic, and often cursed romances of Greek mythology. The ones that end in betrayal, transformation, or just the occasional doom by God. From jealous gods to impossible fates, you'll hear about lovers who tried and failed to get a happy ending in a world that rarely allows it. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it truly brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. It's strangely comforting to drift off with others into the ancient quiet of myth. So, draw the curtains, let your heart slow, and let's begin with the most cursed love stories in Greek mythology. Once upon a time, though, as with all Greek myths, once is more a suggestion than a precise timestamp, there lived a man named Orpheus. Now, Orpheus was not a warrior, nor a king, nor even a demigod, which made him something of a novelty in Greek storytelling. Instead, he was a musician, but not just any musician. Orpheus was said to play the lyre so beautifully that even stones wept, and rivers slowed their flow to listen. Birds paused mid-flight, and wild beasts lay down like house cats at his feet. Quite the concert, really. His mother was Calliope, the muse of epic poetry, and his father was either the Thracian king Oeagrus, or, as some rather proud sources claim, Apollo himself. Whether it was royalty or divinity that accounted for his talent, it didn't much matter. The important bit is that Orpheus was a master of his craft, a one-man orchestra with a flair for the melancholic. Orpheus lived in Thrace, a region known in ancient times for its fierce warriors, thick forests, and a general air of mystical spookiness. It was not a place one wandered without a torch and a healthy respect for nature spirits. But for Orpheus, the land sang back to him. He composed melodies that made oak trees lean in closer, and even Hecate, goddess of ghosts and witchcraft, is said to have paused to listen. Now that's an endorsement. As it often happens in myths, Orpheus fell in love. Her name was Eurydice. She's sometimes described as a dryad, a woodland nymph, though in other versions she's mortal, though quite a luminous one. She and Orpheus married, and by all accounts they were happy, blissful even, which, in mythological terms, is rather like announcing a storm during a picnic. Something dreadful was bound to happen. Their happiness was short-lived. Barely had the wedding garlands wilted when fate intervened. Eurydice, walking alone through a sunlit meadow, never a good idea in a Greek myth, was spotted by a shepherd named Aristaeus. Now, Aristaeus was the rugged, rustic sort, a son of Apollo and a minor god of beekeeping, among other agricultural talents. He saw Eurydice and was overcome with lust. Whether it was divine mischief or just very poor judgment, he chased her. Fleeing through the underbrush, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. One bite, one moment of excruciating pain, and she collapsed. The poison spread fast. By the time Orpheus reached her, she was gone. Just like that. Orpheus was shattered. His grief wasn't the loud kind. It was silent and heavy, like snowfall over a grave. He wandered the hills, playing his sorrow into the world. The birds didn't sing anymore, they listened. Even the rocks, notoriously hard-hearted, seemed to mourn. But sorrow, for all its weight, eventually stirs resolve. Orpheus made a decision no living man had made before. He would journey into the underworld and bring her back. Now, the underworld wasn't designed for round-trip travel. It was ruled by Hades, a god who believed firmly in no refunds. The land of the dead was shrouded in shadow, guarded by Cerberus, the three-headed dog, and accessible only by ferry, operated of course by Charon, who took only obels placed in the mouths of the deceased. Fortunately, Orpheus had not only charm, but also a certain confidence in his lyre. He arrived at the river Styx and played for Charon, whose grumpy demeanour melted like butter on a forge. For the first time in perhaps centuries, Charon ferried a living soul across. Next came Cerberus, a monstrous creature with 3 heads and a tail like a venomous whip. Cerberus was not a being easily reasoned with, but Orpheus didn't try reason. He played a lullaby so haunting and gentle that all 3 heads fell into slumber, dreaming perhaps of Styx and belly rubs. Finally, Orpheus reached the throne of Hades and Persephone. Hades was a ruler more feared than loved, a god of absolute finality. Persephone, the queen of the dead, was no less formidable, though her story, abducted from springtime fields, wedded to a death god, yet allowed to return to the surface for part of the year, makes her one of the more layered deities. Orpheus bowed, lifted his lyre, and began to play. No words were spoken, just music. Music that carried every ounce of his grief, every note soaked in love and mourning. He sang of Eurydice's laughter, of the wedding they barely had, of the days they should have spent growing old together. He sang of lost summers and ghosted futures. And the impossible happened. The Furies wept, Persephone covered her face, and Hades, cold-blooded custodian of the dead, was moved. He granted Orpheus his wish, with a condition. Eurydice would follow him back, but he must not look back at her until both had reached the surface. No glances, no whispers, no confirmation of her presence, just trust. Now one might think this a simple enough instruction, but myths thrive on the delicate tensions of the human psyche. Orpheus had just descended into hell itself. He'd walked past ghouls and tormented shades, played his soul out to divine rulers, and now, with Eurydice behind him in utter silence, he was expected to climb upwards, blind with hope. Step by step, he ascended. The darkness thinned. A breeze began to stir. He could almost hear her, the faint echo of her sandals against the stone. But still, no confirmation, no words. And just as he reached the threshold, just as daylight broke across his face, he turned. Some say it was instinct. Others say he doubted. Or perhaps it was love itself, too overwhelming to resist. Regardless, his eyes met hers for one brief, frozen instant, and she began to vanish. Her form blurred like fog, drifting back into shadow. Her hand reached forward, lips parted, but no sound came. Then she was gone, again, only this time, forever. Orpheus tried to descend once more, but the passage was closed. The gods had made their mercy clear. There would be no repeat performance. So he returned to the world above, alone. again. And here, perhaps, the myth becomes most human. Orpheus did not move on. He did not remarry. He shunned all lovers and wandered the earth, playing his sorrow into the winds. Trees bent to listen, animals followed, and even the gods seemed to leave him alone, out of pity, or perhaps reverence. Now you might wonder, what exactly was the point of such a cruel test? Why allow him so close, only to snatch her away? In part, it reflects an ancient theme, the fragility of human hope. Greek tragedy isn't about happy endings, it's about the beauty of striving, even in the face of certain doom. Orpheus becomes a symbol of love's reach and the peril of doubt. Historically, Orpheus became a central figure in what would be called the Orphic Mysteries, a spiritual movement that believed the soul could ascend beyond its mortal coil through purity, music, and understanding. His journey to and from the underworld was seen not just as a tale of love, but as a metaphor for enlightenment and transcendence. Poets and artists adored him. Virgil, in his Georgics, gave Orpheus a beautifully tragic ending. Ovid, in Metamorphoses, added emotional resonance. Later, medieval and Renaissance thinkers reimagined him as a Christ-like figure, a martyr for beauty and love. But the ancient Greeks? They were both more honest and more ruthless. They believed in fate, and in their telling, Orpheus' end came not from age or grief, but from the Maenads, the wild, frenzied followers of Dionysus. Offended by his rejection of women, or perhaps incited by some frenzied ritual, they tore him apart, limb from limb. His head and lyre, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus, carried to the sea. His final song, they say, was one of peace. The Muses, his divine kin, retrieved what they could and buried his remains at the foot of Mount Olympus. There, the nightingales sing more sweetly than anywhere else. There's a certain poetry in that ending. Orpheus, the man who loved too deeply, now rests in eternal harmony. His lyre became a constellation, Lyra, placed in the sky by the gods, as if even they could not bear to let him fade entirely. So what does this all mean for us? Perhaps Orpheus teaches us that love, even doomed love, holds a kind of sacred power. That beauty lies not just in happy endings, but in the striving. And that doubt, while painfully human, is the shadow cast by our brightest hopes. And now, as you lie here, drifting into the soft haze of sleep, let the gentle hum of Orpheus's lyre follow you. He played not to win, but because he must. Because love, however cursed, demanded it. And in that quiet place between dreaming and waking, perhaps Eurydice hears it still. Ah, ancient Athens, a city of philosophers, of democracy, and, quite helpfully for our story, of operatic family dysfunction. Our tale this evening unfolds in the shadow of kings and gods, among bloodlines so tangled you'd be forgiven for needing a corkboard and red string. At its heart lies a woman named Phaedra, a man named Hippolytus, and the kind of cursed romance that makes one grateful for rather ordinary heartbreaks. Let us begin, as all good tragedies do, with Theseus. Yes, that Theseus, the slayer of the Minotaur, the proud prince who navigated the labyrinth, string in hand, and then, somewhat less impressively, abandoned his lover Ariadne on a random island like last week's olives. Charming fellow. Years later, Theseus married Ariadne's sister, Phaedra, because why suffer a clean break when one can embroil an entire bloodline? Phaedra was the daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, daughter of the sun god Helios. Her sister Ariadne had helped Theseus slay her own monstrous half-brother. So you might say Phaedra's family gatherings were complicated. Now when she married Theseus, Phaedra became stepmother to his son Hippolytus, born of an earlier union with the Amazon queen, Hippolyta. The Amazons, you'll recall, were a fierce band of warrior women who didn't especially care for traditional domestic arrangements, or indeed men. So Hippolytus was raised more in their vein, aloof, chaste, and frankly more interested in hunting than in humans. He worshipped Artemis, goddess of the hunt and protector of virgins, and actively avoided Aphrodite, goddess of love and lust. This, as it turns out, was an ill-advised theological stance. You see, in Greek myth, the gods don't much care for being snubbed, especially not Aphrodite. She didn't just encourage passion, she demanded it. And when Hippolytus dismissed her realm in favour of Artemis and his virtuous, abstinent pursuits, Aphrodite was, shall we say, not amused. So, in a fashion that only the gods could consider just, she decided to teach him a lesson, not by striking him directly, but by orchestrating a most exquisite disaster. Her target, Phaedra. Aphrodite caused Phaedra, the respectable queen, to fall violently, hopelessly in love with her stepson. Now pause a moment. This is not your garden variety crush. This was a supernatural compulsion, a divine manipulation of the heart. Phaedra fought it, she tried everything. She prayed, she wept. She contemplated death as a preferable option. But the passion remained, feverish, shameful, and utterly destructive. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her nurse, an elderly servant with all the discretion of a town crier on market day. The nurse, thinking she was helping, approached Hippolytus and revealed the queen's feelings. Now Hippolytus, remember, was not exactly a people person. His reaction was one of horror, disgust, and high moral indignation. He rejected the idea outright, insulted Phaedra, and, depending on the version, threatened to tell his father, Theseus. And so Phaedra, humiliated and terrified, took the only path she saw open. She wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. When Theseus found her lifeless body and read the note, he was consumed with grief and fury. Not known for his even temper or investigative rigour, he cursed his son without so much as a conversation. Here's where things take a divine turn. Theseus happened to be on friendly terms with Poseidon, god of the sea, who had granted him 3 wishes, like a cosmic gift card. With one of these wishes, Theseus asked for Hippolytus' death. Poseidon obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot along the shore, a monstrous bull, a gift from the sea god, rose from the waves, panicked the horses, and sent the chariot careening. Hippolytus was thrown, dragged, and fatally wounded. Only later, much too late of course, did Theseus learn the truth. Artemis herself descended, explaining the cruel game Aphrodite had played, the lie that cost her life, and the loyalty his son had shown to virtue and restraint. There is, needless to say, no scene more thoroughly Greek than a god turning up after everything's already gone to Hades. Theseus was devastated, and Hippolytus. He died in agony, having lost the love of his father, the clarity of his life's purpose, and, ironically, his life, despite never having loved at all. Now let us take a breath and peek behind the myth. The tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus has been retold across centuries. Euripides, that dark-hearted dramatist of the 5th century BCE, gave us one of the earliest full versions in his tragedy Hippolytus. In it, he explores themes of divine injustice, the dangers of repression, and the ruinous consequences of desire, particularly desire denied. In Euripides' hands, no one is wholly innocent. Phaedra is sympathetic yet weak. Hippolytus is virtuous but cold, even arrogant. Theseus is rash, a father governed by passion rather than reason. And the gods? Oh, they are little more than vindictive forces, meddling in the hearts of mortals for sport. Roman writers took up the story as well. Seneca, in particular, leaned into the moral horror of it all, giving us a Phaedra even more tormented and a Hippolytus even more aloof. The myth was, for the Romans, a warning about ungoverned emotion and the brittle fragility of honour. But beyond the drama lies a question. Why was Hippolytus so thoroughly punished? It seems that in the Greek worldview, extremes, even extreme virtue, were dangerous. Hippolytus rejected love, women, and even the natural order. He refused Aphrodite entirely, and in doing so brought divine wrath upon himself. Moderation, or sophrosin, was the ideal. Passion, whether indulged or denied, could be ruinous if not tempered with balance. Phaedra, meanwhile, becomes the archetype of the woman torn by uncontrollable longing. In some versions she is a tragic victim, in others a more active deceiver. But even in her darkest portrayals, she is not without pathos. She didn't choose her desire. It was placed in her by Aphrodite, an invasion of the soul. Her suicide, while terrible, is framed as an escape from shame and a desperate, if futile, attempt to protect her honour. It's worth noting too that Hippolytus' death is one of the few in Greek myth that involves the invocation of a wish granted by a god. Theseus' call to Poseidon brings into sharp focus the terrifying idea that divine gifts can just as easily become curses. Be careful what you wish for, they say, and Theseus learned that the hard way. There is also in the background the quiet rivalry between Artemis and Aphrodite, chastity versus desire, each goddess claiming their mortal, each refusing to concede. And Hippolytus? A pawn in their celestial quarrel. Artemis honours him after death, promising that young girls will sing of him before their weddings, a melancholic tribute to a man who never loved. In later centuries, the myth would influence everything from Racine's Phaedra, a French tragedy of seething guilt and eloquent repression, to modern psychological interpretations of obsession, denial, and the tragic inevitability of miscommunication. It's a story not just about forbidden love, but about the impossibility of perfection. So what are we to make of this tale? Perhaps it whispers to us in the quiet hours that love, when twisted by pride or denial, becomes unrecognizable. That purity without empathy can be as dangerous as passion without restraint. That gods, whether ancient or of our own making, are rarely fair. As you drift now gently towards sleep, consider the image of Hippolytus driving his chariot along a glittering shore, unaware of the doom rising from the sea. Consider Phaedra, torn between longing and honour, a queen undone by feelings not her own. And Theseus, flawed, impulsive, human, wishing too late for the truth. In the end, no hero, god, or queen was spared. A love that never bloomed still managed to destroy them all. And so, with the hush of sea waves and the faint whisper of hoofbeats, let the tale fade softly from your mind. After all, in the realm of Greek myth, even silence carries the echo of tragedy. Let us dim the torchlight, settle deeper into our pillows, and drift to a time long before reason and restraint were fashionable. Back when the gods meddled freely in mortal affairs, and beauty could, quite literally, cause the fall of empires. Tonight's tale belongs to a love so cursed, so extravagantly disastrous, that even poets centuries later shook their heads in disbelief. Paris and Helen. She, the most beautiful woman in the world. He, a Trojan prince with the decision-making skills of a sleep-deprived squirrel. Together, they triggered a war that lasted 10 years, toppled a mighty city, and gave us one of the longest and bloodiest epics in Western literature. Romance, anyone? Let us begin, appropriately, with a wedding. But not of Paris or Helen. No, this was the wedding of Peleus, a mortal, and Thetis, a sea nymph. A curious pairing, certainly, but the gods were all invited, except, crucially, for Eris, goddess of discord. As you might imagine, Eris did not take kindly to being snubbed. So, in a move of divine pettiness that would make any soap opera villain blush, she crashed the party and tossed a golden apple into the crowd. Upon the apple were inscribed the words, "To the fairest." Now, if you know anything about Greek goddesses, you know this sort of thing is best avoided. Immediately, 3 stepped forward to claim the prize. Hera, queen of the gods, Athena, goddess of wisdom and war, and Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty. Not a trio known for sharing. Zeus, wisely refusing to choose between his wife and 2 of his most powerful daughters, appointed a mortal judge, Paris of Troy, a prince known more for his looks than his wit. Poor lad. He was tending his flocks on Mount Ida when the 3 goddesses appeared, shimmering and radiant, each offering a bribe more tempting than the last. Hera promised him power, rule over vast lands and mighty kingdoms. Athena offered wisdom and victory in battle, eternal glory on the field. And Aphrodite, she offered him love, specifically the love of the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, ever the romantic, or perhaps simply a man with an eye for aesthetics, chose Aphrodite. Thus, with the flick of a divine promise, the stage was set. Now, the most beautiful woman in the world was Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda. Yes, the same Leda whom Zeus seduced in the form of a swan, in what might be mythology's strangest courtship. Helen was raised by King Tyndareus of Sparta and eventually married Menelaus, the king himself. He was a capable ruler, brother to the more famously brutish Agamemnon, and not altogether thrilled when Paris turned up at his palace. Paris, fulfilling Aphrodite's gift, wooed, or, depending on the version, abducted Helen and whisked her away to Troy. Some say she went willingly, bewitched by Aphrodite's charm. Others suggest she had little choice in the matter. Still others believe a phantom Helen went to Troy, while the real one remained in Egypt. But let's not complicate things with metaphysics. What is certain is this: Helen's departure was seen as a grave insult, a personal betrayal to Menelaus, and a political one to every Greek prince who had once vied for her hand. You see, Tyndareus had cleverly made all of Helen's suitors swear an oath, known later as the Oath of Tyndareus, to protect and defend whoever she chose to marry. This turned out to be less a romantic safeguard and more a war clause. And so, the kings of Greece united, not merely to restore one man's pride, but to honour an oath, settle scores, and, if we're being honest, to indulge in a bit of conquering. The result was the Trojan War. The Trojan War. A conflict so grand and so devastating, it took not one, but two epic poems to contain it. The Iliad and the Odyssey. And that's just the beginning. 10 years of siege, countless deaths, and heroes like Achilles, Hector, Odysseus, and Ajax thrown into a whirlwind of battle, all for the sake of one woman's love. Or lust. Or really bad timing. Now, what of Paris and Helen during this war? Paris, though not devoid of courage, was no match for the great Greek heroes. He was better with words than weapons, and preferred archery to hand-to-hand combat, a rather unmanly thing in Homeric eyes. It was he who shot Achilles in the heel, though with some divine assistance, of course. Even his most famous kill comes shrouded in debate. Helen, meanwhile, remained in Troy, often portrayed as guilt-ridden and conflicted. Homer gives us glimpses of her regret, her sense of alienation. In the Iliad, she calls herself a shameless whore, blaming herself for the bloodshed. Yet we also see her cleverness, her nobility, and her strange affection for her new Trojan family, even as the Greeks pound at the gates. The war eventually ends, as you may recall, with the ruse of the Trojan horse, a grand deception led by Odysseus, who tricked the Trojans into wheeling their doom inside the city walls. That night, Greek soldiers emerged from the hollow belly of the horse and opened the gates. Troy burned. The city was razed, men slaughtered, women enslaved, children thrown from walls. It was not a rescue. It was a reckoning. And Paris, he died before the fall, wounded by the Greek hero Philoctetes, his pleas for healing ignored. Helen, remarkably, survived. Here history takes a twist. Helen was taken back to Sparta by Menelaus. Not executed, not shunned, but restored as queen. In Euripides' play Helen, she's even portrayed as entirely innocent, a pawn of the gods. But what of the curse? Ah yes, the curse. For the love of Helen, countless lives were lost. Kingdoms fell. Heroes perished. The ancient Greeks believed in Moira, in fate. And when one tampered with the cosmic balance, say by giving a mortal woman the beauty of a goddess, and then having her abducted by a Trojan prince, retribution was inevitable. Helen and Paris were not simply two people in love. They were symbols of lust unbound, of divine meddling, of the fragility of peace. Their love wasn't just cursed. It was a curse laid upon them by forces beyond their ken. Aphrodite's gift turned out to be more of a trap, and Paris's choice, though his own, brought ruin. There's a poignant line in Homer's Iliad where Priam, the aging king of Troy, speaks to Helen and says, "I do not blame you." It's a rare moment of grace, and perhaps an acknowledgement that no one in this tale was truly in control. The gods pulled the strings, and the mortals danced or stumbled accordingly. And yet, generations later, artists and poets continue to return to Paris and Helen. Why? Because theirs is the quintessential tale of beauty and destruction, of the irresistible pull of desire, even when we know the cost. Helen becomes not just a woman, but an idea, of longing, of regret, of the havoc that follows when love is chosen above duty, above peace. In some versions, Paris and Helen are reunited in the afterlife. In others, Helen marries again, grows old, fades into legend. But always she remains the face that launched 1,000 ships, and, more accurately, 1,000 deaths. We might shake our heads at Paris's foolishness. We might pity Helen's fate. But deep down, we understand the perilous magnetism of what they shared. A beauty too perfect to hold. A love too cursed to survive. So, as your eyes grow heavy and your breath evens out, imagine Troy before the war. Its high towers gleaming, its gates strong, its people innocent of what's to come. Picture Helen on the walls, watching the ships sail toward her, each bearing the weight of vengeance, and Paris beside her, hand in hers, neither of them fully understanding the price of that golden apple. A single choice, a whispered promise, and the fall of a city. Sleep well. Let us drift now into the hush of a forest glade. The leaves shimmer gently overhead. The air is heavy with birdsong, not quite real. And from somewhere, not far, not near, a music stirs, sweet and aching. A lyre strummed by fingers so gifted they might well have been kissed by the gods. Tonight, dear listener, we speak of Orpheus. Now, Orpheus wasn't your typical Greek hero. No sword, no spear. He didn't slay monsters or outwit sphinxes or start a war over some wayward lover. No, Orpheus wielded only music, and yet with that he could do what no blade could, move the world itself. The rocks wept at his songs. The rivers paused their flow. Trees leaned in, and wild beasts sat quietly at his feet. Even Hades, lord of the underworld and notoriously difficult at parties, would in time grant him audience. But let us not rush. We must first meet Eurydice. Eurydice was a dryad, a nymph of the trees. Beautiful, yes, but also wild in spirit, elusive as a breeze in spring. She met Orpheus, or perhaps he found her, singing in some quiet glade, and the two fell into a love so pure, so gentle, it seemed untouched by fate. They married beneath the trees. The muses blessed the union, and for a moment everything was as it should be. Ah, but this is Greek mythology. And if there's one thing we've learned so far, it's that happiness is rarely allowed to flourish unpunished. Not long after their wedding, Eurydice was wandering through a field when she was spotted by Aristaeus, a minor god of agriculture and, ironically, beekeeping. He became, let's say, over-enthusiastic in his admiration and chased her. In her flight, Eurydice stepped on a serpent. The snake, perhaps insulted that its peaceful sunbathing had been interrupted, bit her. And just like that, she died. Now, in many stories, death is the end. But Orpheus was not content to mourn beneath the stars. He tuned his lyre, steadied his resolve, and descended into the underworld. Not metaphorically, literally. You see, unlike the Christian afterlife or the Buddhist wheel of rebirth, the Greek underworld was a shadowy, bureaucratic sort of place. There was paperwork, and rivers, and levels. The dead were sorted, seated, and generally discouraged from mingling with the living. But Orpheus, singing his sorrow, crossed them all. At the gates of the underworld stood Cerberus, the three-headed hound, a beast bred to devour hope. Orpheus played his lyre, and the great dog lay down and slept, all three heads dreaming different dreams. He passed the river Styx, that black ribbon of forgetfulness, where Charon the ferryman carried souls across for a fee, except this time no coin was needed. Music was payment enough. At last, Orpheus came before Hades and Persephone, Lord and Lady of the Dead. Now Hades is often depicted unfairly, as cruel or malicious. But in truth, he was simply a man with a job no one else wanted, to oversee the realm where all things end. And he did it for the most part, without complaint. Persephone, of course, was the springtime bride who lived half the year below and half above. She understood sorrow. And so, when Orpheus played for them, he didn't plead, he didn't argue, he let the music speak. It was a song of loss, of sunlit mornings never to be shared, of laughter that now echoed too quietly, of a love that had bloomed and been severed in a moment. It was said that even the Furies, those ancient goddesses of vengeance, shed tears. Hades, unmoved by speeches, found his cold heart softened. And so, the lord of the underworld made a rare concession. Eurydice would be returned to life. But there is always a but in Greek mythology, only on one condition. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow behind, silent and unseen, and he must not look back until they had both emerged into the world of the living. Simple, you think? A stroll and a bit of self-control? But remember, this is not a stroll through a sunny meadow. This is the land of shadows. The silence is thick. The air tastes of iron. And the mind, when anxious, whispers. What if she isn't there? It says. What if they've tricked you? What if she stumbles? What if you are alone? Orpheus walked. His steps echoed through the endless gloom. Behind him he felt a presence, light as breath. He resisted the urge to turn. Step after step, he climbed the dark tunnel toward the light. And then, just as the first sunbeam kissed his face, he turned. He turned. Eurydice was behind him, her hand reaching out. But she was still in the shadowed threshold, not quite free. And so, before his eyes, she faded, silently, back into the dark, this time forever. Some say she looked at him with sorrow, others with forgiveness. But she said nothing, because in the underworld speech is a fragile thing. Orpheus tried to return, but a second descent was not permitted. The gods are not in the habit of repeating gifts. And so he climbed back to the surface alone. Now, this would be a fine place to end, but Orpheus's story lingers, much like his melodies. He returned to the living world, but he did not live. He wandered the forests, singing songs of loss and the cruelty of fate. He rejected the company of women, spurning even those who loved him. Some say the Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, killed him in a fit of wrath, tearing him limb from limb when he refused their advances. His head, still singing, floated down the river Hebrus. Others say he simply faded, becoming part of the music that once moved the stars. Now let us pause and examine this myth with a gentler eye. Orpheus was not punished for arrogance. He was punished for being human. He doubted. He feared. He loved too much. In that moment of doubt, when he turned, it was not disobedience. It was longing. He wanted to see her, to reassure himself, to feel her presence just once more. And that, in Greek myth, is perhaps the most damning sin of all, to want too much. There's a quiet cruelty to the condition set by Hades. It is not enough that Orpheus is brave, or pure, or devoted. He must also be perfectly obedient. And the test comes not in the form of danger, but in the form of silence. How many of us could bear such a test? Philosophers have long debated this story. Some see it as an allegory for the finality of death, that no art, no love can truly undo it. Others read it as a psychological journey. Orpheus's descent into grief, his struggle with hope, and his inevitable failure to let go. There is, too, the contrast of light and dark, of male and female. Orpheus, the rational, facing forward. Eurydice, the mysterious, trailing behind. Their inability to connect, physical, emotional, spiritual, is at the heart of the tragedy. And yet, it is not a hopeless tale. In some versions, when Orpheus dies, his soul is reunited with Eurydice. Not in triumph, but in quietude. Two shadows walking together in the asphodel meadows where the ordinary dead dwell. No fanfare, no golden apple, just peace. We may ask, why does this story endure? Because it is perhaps the most relatable of all. We have all looked back when we should have forged ahead. We have all doubted the promises given to us. We have all lost something, or someone, and wondered if, by some act of will or love, we could bring them back. Orpheus reminds us that love is powerful but not omnipotent, that beauty can stir gods but not undo fate, and that the greatest tragedies are not born from hatred but from tenderness. So as you slip now into sleep, imagine a man with a lyre standing alone at the mouth of a cave, the birds quiet, the trees leaning in, and somewhere just behind him, a figure fading into the mist. A single glance, a lifetime of regret, and yet still the song goes on. Settle in, dear listener. Let the world grow quiet around you. In this chapter, we descend into one of the darkest corners of mythic romance, a tale not of hearts gently entwined, but of loyalty twisted into vengeance. A love so cursed Even the gods seemed to wince and look away. Tonight, we meet Medea and Jason, a couple whose story begins with daring quests and dragon-guarded treasures, but ends, well, rather differently. If you've ever thought your exes were a bit dramatic, rest assured, they've got nothing on this pair. Let us begin with Jason. Jason was the rightful heir to the throne of Iolcus, a city in Thessaly. Unfortunately, as so often happens in Greek mythology, someone else had pinched the crown. His uncle Peleus, to be precise. When Jason came of age and demanded his birthright, Peleus, instead of simply giving it up like a reasonable chap, said, "Yes, yes, of course. But first, if you wouldn't mind terribly, just pop off and fetch the golden fleece." Now, the golden fleece was no ordinary garment. It came from a divine, flying ram, and was said to be imbued with magical properties and royal legitimacy. It also happened to be located in the distant land of Colchis, at the eastern edge of the known world, modern-day Georgia more or less, guarded by a sleepless dragon. Naturally. Jason, being a hero, or at least pretending to be one, accepted the quest. He assembled a ship, the Argo, and a crew of the greatest heroes of the age, Heracles, Orpheus, Atalanta, and more. They were called the Argonauts, and their journey was the Avengers, endgame of ancient Greece. But it is in Colchis that our story of love and of blood begins. Here we meet Medea. Now, Medea was no simple maiden. She was the daughter of King Aeetes of Colchis and a granddaughter of the sun god Helios. She was also a sorceress, trained in the magical arts, particularly skilled in potions, herbs, and, you guessed it, creative revenge. When Jason arrived in Colchis and asked for the fleece, King Aeetes, in a truly Olympic act of poor hospitality, agreed, on the condition that Jason yoke a pair of fire-breathing bulls, plough a field with them, sow it with dragon's teeth, and defeat the army of warriors that sprang up from the soil. A fair day's work. Jason, clearly out of his depth, was doomed to fail. Enter Medea. Struck by love, or perhaps a divine curse, Medea fell for Jason at first sight. Not the first woman to be undone by a charming but slightly clueless adventurer, and certainly not the last. With a mix of love and perhaps a smidgen of Aphrodite's interference, Medea offered Jason her help. She gave him an enchanted salve to protect him from the bull's fire, and instructed him on how to defeat the earthborn warriors, throw a rock among them, and let them fight each other. A neat trick, and frankly one that might still work at family gatherings. Thanks to Medea, Jason completed the trials. But her father refused to give him the fleece, so naturally they stole it. Medea put the dragon guarding the fleece to sleep using her magic, and the pair fled Colchis together. So far, so dramatic. But it gets darker. To delay pursuit, Medea performed what might be politely called a distraction. She killed her own brother, Apsyrtus, and scattered his body parts into the sea, forcing her father to stop and collect them. Now, there are alternate versions of this moment, some less gruesome, some more. But in any case, it was a point of no return. Medea had betrayed her family, her homeland, and her blood, all for Jason. A gesture of love or obsession? And now, dear listener, comes the cruel twist. Jason would never love her as fiercely as she loved him. They return to Iolcus, where Medea, ever the helpful witch, tricked Peleus' daughters into murdering their own father, by convincing them she could make him young again, as one does. Naturally, this didn't end well, and the couple were forced to flee again. Eventually, they settled in Corinth. Here they lived peacefully for a time and had 2 children. One imagines Medea, perhaps, tending herbs, and Jason telling the same golden fleece story at dinner parties. But Jason, ever ambitious and never terribly bright in the long term, had his eyes on a political marriage. He abandoned Medea and their children to wed Glauce, the young daughter of King Creon of Corinth. Medea's reaction was not mild. The playwright Euripides gives us the most famous version of what happened next. In his tragedy Medea, the sorceress becomes something other than human, something between fury and fate. She sends Glauce a wedding gift, a dress and crown soaked in poison. When Glauce puts them on, the poison ignites. She dies screaming, her father King Creon trying to save her, only to be consumed in the same blaze. And then, and then comes the most terrible act. Medea, consumed by wrath and despair, murders her own children, not out of hatred for them, but as the ultimate punishment for Jason. I will not let them be mocked or enslaved, she says. I will not let them be his. And just like that, she becomes myth's most unforgettable figure. Neither victim nor villain, but something else entirely. She escapes, riding a chariot drawn by dragons, because of course she does, leaving Jason alone, shattered and humiliated. Now, one might wonder, was Medea mad? Or merely pushed beyond reason? This is a question that has plagued scholars, playwrights and therapists for over 2,000 years. Medea is unlike any other woman in Greek myth. She is clever, powerful, and terrifyingly autonomous. She loves deeply and destroys absolutely. Historically, Medea may reflect the ancient Greek anxiety around foreign women, powerful women, or simply women who refuse to be passive. She's from the East, Colchis, and thus outside the civilized Greek world. She's magical. She doesn't follow the script. Jason, in contrast, is very much a man of his time. A hero on paper, but shallow and opportunistic beneath the surface. His betrayal of Medea isn't just a personal failing. It's a rejection of everything she gave up for him. Family, home, honor. There's an irony here. Medea gave him the golden fleece, helped him win every challenge, made him a hero, and in return he chose a younger, more politically convenient bride. If you're feeling particularly sympathetic to her, you're not alone. Many do. Even Euripides' audience, mostly male citizens of Athens, reportedly left the theatre shaken. Medea doesn't merely murder, she punishes. And her punishment is precise, poetic, and irreversible. So what, we ask, is the curse in this love story? It is the curse of unequal devotion, of love that gives everything and receives betrayal in return, of a woman who becomes monstrous not because she began that way, but because the world gave her no other option. Later myths soften her tale slightly. Medea flees to Athens, marries King Aegeus, and continues to meddle in royal succession there. Because once you've murdered a few people, political intrigue becomes something of a hobby. Eventually, she vanishes from the mythic stage, perhaps returning to Colchis. Perhaps not. Jason, for his part, dies alone, an old man sitting beneath the rotting hulk of the Argo. The ship collapses, and a beam falls on him, ending the life of a man once called a hero. A curiously mundane death, really. No monsters, no glory, just gravity. Perhaps it's fitting. The myth of Jason and Medea is less a story of love than a warning. Be careful whom you betray, especially if she's descended from the sun and owns a flying dragon chariot. But it is also, in its own twisted way, a deeply human story. Love that consumes, betrayal that stings, and the terrible things people do when they feel cast aside. As you rest now, and the night deepens around you, let us leave Medea, not with the blood nor the fire, but in the moment just before it all unravelled. A young woman watching the sea, holding a golden fleece in her hands, and believing, perhaps foolishly, that love would be enough. Sleep well. Let us drift now into a tale drenched in silence, restraint, and ruin. A story that unravels not in battlefield clatter or divine thunder, but in hushed corridors, aching hearts, and a single devastating lie. It begins in Athens, under the watchful eye of a king, and ends on a dusty road beside a shattered chariot. This, dear listener, is the story of Phaedra and Hippolytus. A love that was never requited, never consummated, and yet managed to destroy nearly everyone involved. It is perhaps the quietest and most suffocating of our cursed romances. We begin, as all Greek tragedies must, with lineage, and what a tangled web it is. Phaedra, our ill-fated heroine, was a Cretan princess, daughter of King Minos and Queen Pasiphae, and sister to Ariadne, yes, the same Ariadne who helped Theseus defeat the Minotaur, and was then unceremoniously abandoned on an island. Romance was clearly not in the family's bloodline. Theseus, king of Athens, hero of legend, had once been the toast of Greece, defeater of bandits, slayer of beasts, and an enthusiastic philanderer. After a string of dalliances and one catastrophic marriage to the Amazon queen Hippolyta, by whom he fathered a son, Hippolytus, he settled into royal life with his new bride, Phaedra. Now, Phaedra was beautiful, refined, and quite a bit younger than her famous husband. Their marriage, like many royal unions, was more alliance than romance. But she did her duty, bore children, and walked the marble halls of Athens with quiet grace. All might have continued peacefully, if not for the gods. Enter Aphrodite, goddess of love, beauty, and, when provoked, astonishing levels of spite. You see, Hippolytus, Theseus's son, was a proud devotee of Artemis, the chaste huntress. He spurned the affections of women, dedicated himself to purity, and, most disastrously, publicly mocked the power of love. Now, mocking love in ancient Greece was about as wise as insulting the sea when Poseidon's watching. The gods did not take criticism well, and Aphrodite in particular had a long memory and a short temper. To punish Hippolytus, Aphrodite devised a cruel strategy. She would destroy him not with sword or pestilence, but with love, someone else's love. she inflicted upon Phaedra a violent, helpless passion for her stepson. Not a crush, not a fascination, a full, mind-drowning obsession. Imagine it. A queen, upstanding and noble, suddenly possessed by desire for a young man who could barely meet her eye. The shame, the confusion, the slow unravelling of the self. Phaedra fought it. She fasted, wept, prayed. She clung to dignity as if it might pull her back from the brink. But desire, when laced with divinity, does not retreat. Now, rather than acting on her feelings, Phaedra did something unexpectedly modern. She suffered in silence. For quite some time, she simply withered. Euripides, in his haunting play Hippolytus, portrays her as a woman gnawed by internal torment, desperate not to commit sin, and equally desperate for relief. But silence is rarely sustainable. Eventually, Phaedra confided in her old nurse, an unfortunately meddlesome soul who thought it wise to resolve matters by telling Hippolytus everything. Yes, without asking permission. Because what's a Greek tragedy without one loyal servant doing exactly the wrong thing at the worst possible time? Now, Hippolytus, upon hearing this disturbing revelation, reacted with the emotional sensitivity of a bronze statue. He recoiled in disgust. He berated the nurse. He threatened to go public with the scandal. Now, a lesser woman might have screamed, or fled, or begged. But Phaedra, already on the edge of despair, took a different path. She wrote a note accusing Hippolytus of trying to seduce her, then took her own life. It's the sort of moment that lands like thunder. Quiet, sudden, and irreversible. Theseus returned home to find his wife dead and a damning letter in her hand. As one might expect from a man whose default setting was overreaction, he immediately cursed his son, calling upon Poseidon, who had once granted him 3 deadly wishes. He used one. Shortly after, Hippolytus set off in his chariot. As he rode along the coastline, Poseidon, true to his vengeful brand, unleashed a sea monster, or perhaps a monstrous wave that spooked the horses. They bolted, the chariot overturned, and Hippolytus was dragged, crushed, and left dying beneath the Athenian sun. Enter Artemis. As Hippolytus lay broken and bloodied, the goddess appeared, not with healing, but with truth. She revealed to Theseus the terrible misunderstanding. Phaedra had lied. His son was innocent? The entire tragedy had been the result of Aphrodite's vengeance. Too late, of course. Theseus rushed to his son's side. In one of Greek mythology's rare glimmers of grace, Hippolytus forgave his father. And then, as is tradition, he died. Let us pause a moment here, not out of sentiment, but out of respect. This myth, you see, doesn't traffic in the grand theatrics of other love stories. It has no golden apples, no sieges of Troy, no divine transformations. It is a story of people crushed by forces beyond their control, of gods who play with hearts as one might toy with dice. And yet, it remains one of the most devastating tales in the Greek canon. Euripides' Hippolytus, first performed in 428 BCE at the city Dionysia, was awarded first prize. This wasn't his first attempt, mind you. An earlier, now lost version had portrayed Phaedra as more openly lustful and less morally tormented. Something the Athenian audience found a bit too scandalous for comfort. In the second version, Euripides gave Phaedra her dignity. She is a victim, not a villain. Her passion, though unnatural, is fought against with everything she has. Her downfall is not that she loved, but that she could not confess, that she could not find a path out of the silence. As for Hippolytus, he is, to modern eyes, a bit of a cold fish. His obsession with purity borders on the pathological. In rejecting love altogether, he insults Aphrodite, yes, but also becomes incapable of compassion. His horror at Phaedra's confession is understandable. His refusal to offer any kindness is not. The myth, then, is a meditation on extremism, on the dangers of denying part of one's nature. Love, the Greeks believed, was not optional. It was a force to be honoured, feared, and integrated. To reject it entirely was to invite disaster. And what of Theseus? He spends most of the myth off stage, arriving only in time to misjudge everyone and kill his own son. It's oddly poetic, given that Theseus's mythic career is full of grand gestures and poor follow-through. One might think of him as the original all-action, no-introspection hero. A sword in one hand and a tragic misunderstanding in the other. In some later traditions, Artemis is said to have taken Hippolytus after death and restored him to life in a distant land under a new name, Virbius, a god of the forest in Roman lore. Worshipped in Italy, he became a local deity of the grove, a shadow of his former life. A beautiful, bittersweet footnote for a man who never wanted to be part of a love story. And Phaedra? Her name, over time, became synonymous with forbidden longing. In later European literature, Racine's Phaedra, for example, her tale is retold again and again, each version wrestling with the same uncomfortable question. What do we do with desire that shouldn't exist? What happens when love becomes a curse? It's a question that echoes down the centuries, in whispered stories and silent tears. Because Phaedra's tragedy is not just that she loved wrongly, it's that she had no place to put that love. No one to tell. No language for it that wouldn't bring ruin. So, as we draw this chapter to a close, let us imagine them once more. Phaedra, pacing her chamber, lips bitten, eyes hollow. Hippolytus, aloof and proud, walking through a world he refuses to understand. Theseus, returning home to a silence more terrible than any monster's roar. And above them, as always, the gods, watching, smiling, stirring the pot. Because in Greek mythology, love is rarely a blessing. More often, it is a test, a trap, a beautifully wrapped disaster. And nowhere is that more painfully clear than in the love that was never returned and never allowed. So sleep now, dear listener. Let the shadows of Phaedra's palace fade into dream. Let the whisper of Artemis's footsteps pass softly through your mind. And remember, some of the most devastating love stories are not those that end in betrayal or war, but those that were never allowed to begin. Let us now open the scroll on a love story so catastrophic, so calamitous, that it launched 1,000 ships. And, if you believe the poets, more than a few therapy sessions. It is a tale soaked in passion, betrayal, and the kind of poor decision-making that only comes from involving far too many gods in your dating life. This, dear listener, is the story of Paris and Helen, a romance so famously cursed, it managed to drag the entire Greek world into a 10-year war, topple empires, and earn the eternal scorn of every Achaean widow for generations. Now, before Helen's abduction, before the Greeks set sail for Troy, and before Homer even sharpened his quill, there was a wedding. Not Paris and Helen's, mind you. This whole tragedy begins at someone else's reception. The wedding in question was between Peleus, a mortal king, and Thetis, a sea nymph. It was a divine affair, with the whole Olympian guest list in attendance. That is, except for one, Eris, the goddess of discord. An oversight, perhaps. Or, given her reputation, a deliberate exclusion. Either way, Eris didn't take it well. She crashed the party anyway, bringing a gift as only a goddess of chaos could. A golden apple inscribed with 3 haunting words. To the fairest. Now, one might think that tossing such an apple into a room full of immortals is a touch irresponsible. And one would be absolutely correct. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite immediately began to bicker over who deserved the prize. Rather than settle the matter like mature goddesses, they did what any supernatural being would do. They found a mortal to judge them. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince and part-time shepherd, full-time heartthrob. The goddesses appeared before him, each offering a bribe. Hera promised power and kingship. Athena offered wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, ever the strategist, offered the love of the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Sparta. Paris, not exactly known for his political foresight, chose Aphrodite. And just like that, the stage was set. Helen, unfortunately, was already married. Her husband, Menelaus, king of Sparta, a sturdy man with red hair, a temper, and the kind of pride that doesn't take kindly to foreign princes running off with his wife. Now let's pause here for a moment to consider Helen herself. Not the myth, but the woman. Born from an egg, yes really, Helen was the daughter of Zeus and Leda, though the logistics of that union are best left politely unexamined. Some say her divine lineage made her irresistibly beautiful. Others that her beauty was a curse in itself. Either way, every king in Greece wanted her hand. To avoid war, her foster father, Tyndareus, made all suitors swear an oath that they would defend Helen's chosen husband against any who tried to steal her away. The irony, of course, is that this oath would be used precisely when Helen decided, or was persuaded, to leave. The great question that has haunted poets for centuries is this: did Helen go willingly? Some versions say she fell madly in love with Paris, enchanted by Aphrodite's promise and the prince's charms. Others suggest she was abducted, spirited away from Sparta without consent. And a few, like the playwright Euripides in his play Helen, suggest the real Helen never even went to Troy, and a phantom double was sent in her place. Whichever version you favour, the result is the same. Helen ended up in Troy, and the Greek world erupted in outrage. Menelaus, understandably miffed, called in the old oath. Agamemnon, his brother and High King of Mycenae, rallied the Greek forces. One by one, the greatest heroes of the age were summoned. Odysseus, cunning and reluctant. Ajax, towering and unbreakable. Nestor, old and wise. And of course, Achilles, the peerless warrior with the infamous heel. Thus began the Trojan War, a campaign of epic proportions, immortalized by Homer in the Iliad, which, curiously, covers only a small segment of the war, specifically a spat over a different woman entirely. We'll get to that drama in another chapter. For now, let us turn to the heart of the matter, the cursed love of Paris and Helen. Within the golden walls of Troy, they lived in uneasy splendour. Paris, brave enough to charm a goddess, but not quite brave enough to win a war. Helen, torn between guilt, longing, and the smouldering ruins of her reputation. The Trojans for the most part despised her. Though royalty by association, she was seen as the cause of endless death. The poet Homer describes her walking the battlements, cloaked in shame, haunted by her choices. And yet she remained. Why? Perhaps love, perhaps fear. Perhaps the gods simply wouldn't let her leave. The Greek poet Stesichorus, writing in the 6th century BCE, tried to condemn Helen in verse, only to be struck blind. When he recanted and praised her instead, his sight was restored. The message was clear. Speak ill of Helen at your peril. Paris, for his part, was not especially helpful. Though handsome, he lacked his brother Hector's honour or strategic mind. He preferred archery to close combat, charm to discipline. In one of the war's pivotal duels, he fought Menelaus himself, only to be whisked away mid-fight by Aphrodite when things began to go poorly. Let's just say it didn't do much for his street cred. Eventually, of course, Paris met his end. Shot by the archer Philoctetes, with the very bow of Heracles, no less, he died not in glory, but in exile, after Helen's charms had somewhat worn thin. As for Helen, well, her story didn't end in Troy. When the city finally fell, thanks to Odysseus's cunning and a certain wooden horse, Helen was spared. Menelaus, sword raised to strike her down, was said to be so struck by her beauty that he dropped the blade. Whether this is forgiveness or further evidence of her god-touched allure is anyone's guess. Together, they returned to Sparta. Not to bliss, perhaps, but to normalcy. Their later life is shrouded in ambiguity. Some say they lived peacefully. Others claim Helen fled again, this time to Rhodes, where she was hanged by a queen who blamed her for her husband's death in the war. In any case, Helen's legacy endured. To the Greeks, she was both victim and temptress. To the Romans, she was a warning. And to the modern world, she remains a mystery. A woman whose beauty was so profound, it bent history itself. But let us step back from the fire and the fury, and consider the deeper current of this tale. Helen and Paris were not merely lovers. They were instruments, tools of gods and prophecies, caught in the gears of destiny. Their passion, whether genuine or divine-induced, ignited forces far beyond their comprehension. This is what makes their love so cursed. It is not merely doomed, it is weaponized, used as a spark to light a decade of slaughter. The wrath of Achilles, the tears of Hecuba, the ashes of Priam's palace, all can be traced back to one golden apple, one judgment, and one stolen queen. And so, as you close your eyes tonight, picture the shores of Troy lined with silent ships. Picture Helen standing by the firelight, her face unreadable. Picture Paris, bow in hand, seeking love in a world that has no room left for peace. It is a cruel irony, is it not, that the love which inspired such poetry also inspired such bloodshed, that the face which launched 1,000 ships could not shield a single soul from the gods' designs. Such is Greek mythology, passionate, unforgiving, and utterly enthralling. Sleep now, dear listener. Let the flames of Troy flicker and fade. Let Helen's silhouette dissolve into dream. And remember, in the world of myth, love may be the noblest of emotions, but it is also the most dangerous. In the grand compendium of Greek tragedies, the tale of Orpheus and Eurydice sings its sorrow with quiet elegance, a melody of love, loss, and that most human of failings, doubt. Unlike the thunderous epics of heroes with bulging biceps and egos to match, this story is far more delicate, and perhaps all the more devastating for it. For here we find no clashing armies, no divine tempests, but rather a lyre, a longing, and a single glance that unspools the threads of hope. To begin, let us consider Orpheus, a figure less warrior than wonder-worker. He was born to the muse Calliope, herself a paragon of eloquence and song. Some say his father was King Oeagrus of Thrace, a mortal man, though others whisper the far more lyrical claim that Apollo, god of music, poetry, and inconvenient prophecies, was his sire. That would make Orpheus half divine, and if one listens to his music, it's rather hard to argue against it. Orpheus played the lyre, not as a skill, but as a second language. When he plucked its strings, the world responded. Stones softened, trees swayed in rhythm, and wild beasts gathered in harmony rather than hunger. Even the gods, notoriously difficult to impress, were said to pause mid-squabble to catch a note or two. In time, Orpheus's music found a muse of its own, Eurydice, a dryad nymph. Her presence in the myth is tantalizingly brief, yet powerful. Her name, meaning true justice, suggests a quiet dignity. She was no demigoddess or tempestuous deity, just a forest spirit with grace enough to ensnare the heart of the world's greatest musician. The two fell in love, and in mythological terms, that's saying something. Their union, by most accounts, was genuine, unmarred by trickery or divine coercion. For once, love was just love. Their marriage was to be a union of poetry and nature, of song and serenity. But, as you may have already guessed, peace rarely lasts in tales penned by the ancient Greeks. During a walk, or as some versions claim, while fleeing an amorous satyr named Aristeus, Eurydice was bitten by a venomous serpent. She died almost instantly, and thus begins the descent, both literal and emotional. Orpheus, inconsolable, refused to accept her fate. Unlike most mortals who simply sob into their wine and commission a few sad pottery scenes, he took up his lyre and journeyed to Hades, the underworld. Yes, he quite literally walked into death's domain. This was not metaphor, but myth at its most majestic. Now, the underworld, ruled by Hades and Persephone, was no weekend getaway. Souls lingered there in various states of gloom, from mildly inconvenient to eternally tormented. Cerberus, the three-headed hound, guarded its gates. The river Styx, dark and soul-sapping, surrounded it. Few entered alive. Fewer still returned. But Orpheus, armed only with his music and his grief, stepped into the gloom. He played, and the underworld listened. The lyre's lamentation echoed through the caverns of death. The Furies, ancient spirits of retribution, paused their shrieking and wept. Charon, the grumpy ferryman of the Styx, offered him a lift without the usual fare. Even Cerberus, a creature best known for gnawing on heroes, curled up, soothed into a brief slumber by Orpheus's song. And when he reached the royal court of Hades and Persephone, he sang not of conquest, not of bargains, but of sorrow, of love lost, of hearts broken. He didn't demand Eurydice's return, he asked, a man stripped bare of pride, offering only melody. Remarkably, the rulers of the dead were moved. Whether it was the music, the mournful eyes, or perhaps just a slow day in the underworld docket, they relented. Eurydice could return to life. But naturally, there was a catch. Orpheus must lead her out. She would follow, silent and invisible. But he must not look back until both had reached the land of the living. It was, as the ancients loved to do, a test of trust, of restraint, of faith, a simple instruction wrapped in impossibility. Orpheus accepted. They began the journey, step by slow step, through cavern and gloom, ascending a winding path that leads from death back to dawn. Behind him he heard nothing, not a whisper, not a sigh. Eurydice followed, but like a dream one tries to hold on to upon waking, she remained intangible. Doubt crept in. Was she really there? Had Hades tricked him? Was this some cruel joke by the gods? And then, just as daylight cracked across the threshold, just as the air lightened and life beckoned, he turned. A glance. Just one. And in that instant, Eurydice vanished. Her spirit, still within the bounds of death, was pulled back like smoke into shadow. Gone. There are few more gutting images in myth than Orpheus, reaching out into empty air, knowing he was the one who undid the miracle. Not the gods, not fate, but him. He tried to descend again, to plead once more. But the doors of Hades do not open twice for the same song. Even divine bureaucracy has its limits. And so he returned, alone. The lyre, once vibrant, grew quiet. He wandered the earth in silence, a man exiled not from a place, but from hope. Some say he swore off women entirely, revolted by the pain of love. Others claim he turned to the companionship of men, echoing the customs of Orphic cults and certain poetic communities of the time. There are even tales that he roamed the wild hills singing to the stars, waiting for death to catch up. Eventually it did. The agents of his end were Maenads, frenzied followers of Dionysus, the god of wine, madness, and parties that never end well. Why they attacked him varies. Perhaps he rejected their god, or perhaps he simply refused to join their revels. Either way, they tore him limb from limb in a fit of divine-fueled ecstasy. Even in death, Orpheus had flair. His head still singing floated down the river Hebrus, eventually washing ashore on the island of Lesbos, where poets like Sappho would later redefine the lyric tradition. The gods, perhaps sheepish about the whole affair, placed his lyre among the stars as the constellation Lyra, so that his music might never be forgotten. Now let's take a moment to explore the deeper waters of this myth. Orpheus's tale is, in many ways, a parable of art's power and its limits. He could charm the very laws of nature, yet one human impulse, a glance, a moment of doubt, undid everything. It is a reminder that the most beautiful songs cannot always change the ending. It also offers insight into Greek views on mortality. The underworld in this myth is not a place of torture for the wicked, as later Christian ideas would propose, but a place of inertia, of loss. One does not burn in Hades. One simply ceases to grow. Orpheus defies this not with sword or spell, but with song. His journey reminds us that even in death's domain, beauty has power. Brief, fleeting, but undeniable. There's also a fair bit of philosophical heft here. The Orphic tradition, an actual religious movement in ancient Greece, believed in the soul's immortality, reincarnation, and the redemptive power of music and ritual. Orpheus, in this sense, becomes more than a tragic lover. He is a prophet, a bridge between life and death. And that glance? Oh, the infamous glance. Was it foolishness, impatience, or was it, perhaps, the final proof of his love? That he could not bear to wait another heartbeat without her presence confirmed. That as a musician, he had to see the beauty behind the song? One could say he failed. Or one could say he proved what it meant to be human. Flawed, yearning, and ultimately incapable of blind faith when the heart is involved. So now, as the lyre's echo fades and your breathing slows, let this tale settle gently upon your thoughts. Let Eurydice's footsteps echo just behind your dreams. Let Orpheus's song wind its way around your slumber. Because in the end, it is not the curse that defines the story, but the love that dared to defy it. And remember, dear listener, next time you're walking out of the underworld with your beloved behind you, don't look back, even if it's just to check whether they're rolling their eyes. Let us now delve into one of Greek mythology's most uncomfortable tales, a story so laden with awkwardness, repression, and tragedy that it might make a family reunion feel like a walk in Arcadia. This is the tale of Phaedra and Hippolytus, a cursed love story that manages to entangle gods, kings, and horses, and culminates in one of the most painful misunderstandings in all antiquity. Our story begins, as many do, with the house of Theseus, and I must warn you, this family makes Shakespeare's tragedies look like bedtime stories. Theseus, the famed king of Athens, was a hero of some repute, slayer of the Minotaur, frequent abductor of women, and possessor of a moral compass that spun rather freely. In his later years, Theseus married Phaedra, daughter of Minos, king of Crete, and Pasiphae, the same woman who, through divine mischief and bovine seduction, gave birth to the Minotaur. Yes, that Minotaur. Suffice to say, Phaedra came from a complicated lineage. Now, Phaedra herself was not initially marked for tragedy. She was royal, refined, and according to ancient dramatists, possessed of considerable beauty. But as is often the case in Greek mythology, her downfall came courtesy of the gods, specifically Aphrodite, who was having a bit of a sulk. You see, the object of Aphrodite's ire was not Phaedra herself, but Hippolytus, Theseus's son by the Amazon queen Hippolyta, or sometimes Antiope, depending on which mythological gossip column you read. Hippolytus was young, noble, and exceedingly devoted to Artemis, goddess of chastity and the hunt, and that's where the trouble began. Hippolytus had taken a rather public stance against the delights of love. He disdained Aphrodite and her followers, spurning all romance and sexuality in favour of virtue, wilderness, and a good gallop through the woods. This, to Aphrodite, was not just offensive, it was heresy. One does not simply ignore the goddess of desire without consequences. So, as a punishment most cruel and cunning, Aphrodite decided to strike him where it would hurt the most, through love. Not his love, of course. No, she would make Phaedra, his stepmother, fall madly, hopelessly in love with him. What followed was an agony of silence and longing. Phaedra, struck by this unnatural desire, tried everything to resist. She withdrew from court life, fasted and brooded, always a worrying sign in ancient drama. Her nurse, a character who surely deserves some kind of tragedy support award, eventually dragged the truth from her, and then, in what might be the least helpful act of confidanting in history, told Hippolytus. Now, one must feel at least a modicum of sympathy for the lad. He had done nothing to encourage this. In fact, when he learned of Phaedra's feelings, he reacted with horror, disgust, and, to be quite honest, a bit of self-righteous monologuing about how wicked women could be. He stormed off, leaving behind a nurse wringing her hands and a Phaedra drowning in shame. Seeing no escape from the ruin her desire had wrought, Phaedra wrote a letter accusing Hippolytus of attempting to seduce her, and then took her own life. It was a lie born of despair, perhaps even a desperate attempt to preserve her honour in death. But the damage was done. Theseus returned, read the letter, and without so much as a trial or a cross-examination, invoked a curse upon his son. Not just any curse, mind you. He called upon his own father, Poseidon, to destroy Hippolytus. And Poseidon, never one to ignore a good curse request, obliged. As Hippolytus drove his chariot along the coast, Poseidon sent a monstrous bull from the sea. The horses panicked, the chariot shattered, and the young man was dragged to his death. Limbs shattered, body bloodied, virtue intact. It was only after his son lay dying that Theseus learned the truth. Artemis, in one of her rare public appearances, descended to reveal the full story. The boy had been innocent. The gods had played their cruel games. The father had believed a lie, and it was all too late. Theseus, for all his heroism, was left with the bitterest of punishments, surviving his mistake. Now then, let us pause for breath. That was rather a lot, wasn't it? Mythological context first. This tale was most famously immortalized in Euripides' tragedy Hippolytus, a masterpiece of psychological tension and emotional restraint. The play was performed in 428 BCE and won first prize at the Dionysia, a festival where, presumably, the audience wept into their amphorae of wine. In Euripides' version, the moral terrain is complex. Phaedra is not a villainess, but a tragic pawn crushed by the weight of divine manipulation. Hippolytus is not a flawless hero, but a young man rigid in his virtue, blind to compassion. And Theseus never really comes off well, does he? From a cultural standpoint, the play is soaked in Athenian anxiety about passion, honour, and the role of women. Phaedra is torn between her emotions and her reputation. She chooses death over disgrace, a stark reminder of how a woman's value in ancient Greece was often tied not to her character, but to her chastity. The play also explores a theme quite modern in its resonance, the dangers of absolutism. Hippolytus, in his absolute rejection of desire, becomes ironically vulnerable to its most destructive form. Phaedra, caught between passion and propriety, is crushed by the impossibility of reconciling the two. And Theseus, caught between love and law, chooses neither wisely. Let's turn now to Aphrodite, the divine catalyst of this mess. She opens the play with a speech declaring her intention to punish Hippolytus for failing to honour her. It is a striking and unnerving moment. Here, the goddess is not love incarnate, but desire weaponized. She doesn't seek romance or pleasure. She seeks submission. She is, quite literally, a force of nature that punishes those who try to live outside it. The Greeks understood that love could be a source of joy, but also madness, violence, and ruin. That duality is at the heart of this myth. To love too little is to offend the gods. To love too much is to destroy oneself. Phaedra's love, unchosen and unbearable, becomes a curse. Hippolytus' lack of love becomes a challenge to divine order. There is, as ever in these tales, no safe path. And what of Artemis, Hippolytus' patron? Her intervention at the end of the tale is poignant and chilling. She promises to avenge Hippolytus by killing one of Aphrodite's mortal favourites in turn. There's a sense that even the gods are trapped in an eternal cycle of retaliation, unable to protect those they favour. There is a version, softer and less devastating, found in Roman literature. Seneca, and later the French dramatist Racine, offer variations in which Hippolytus survives, carried off by Artemis to be healed and hidden. But the Greeks, ever the pessimists, preferred their endings sharp and tragic. And now, dear listener, as your head rests softly upon your pillow, and the night air carries the fading echoes of ancient grief, let us reflect once more. Phaedra and Hippolytus are not lovers, not in any conventional sense. They are strangers caught in the same terrible web. Their love story is not about love at all, but the distortion of it, the curse of desire without choice, the silence of truth unheard, the ruin that comes not from malice, but from fear. It's a tale that asks us to look closely, not just at actions, but at motives, to consider how easily misunderstanding can destroy. How often, in myth as in life, tragedy blooms not from hatred, but from miscommunication, pride, and the inability to pause and ask, what really happened here? So as you drift now into sleep, let this story settle quietly in your thoughts. not as a cautionary tale, but as a gentle reminder. Speak gently, doubt slowly. And whatever you do, never underestimate a horse, a letter, or a god with a bruised ego. Ah, Paris and Helen. A pairing so legendary, so famously infamous, that it has come to symbolize the very notion of doomed romance. You'll find them in poetry and opera, in oil paintings and war propaganda, in dusty textbooks and dodgy pub quizzes. And yet, for all the attention they have received, one thing is certain: this was never a love story. Not truly. No, this was a cautionary tale masquerading as a romance, a myth soaked in beauty, blood, and a great deal of poor decision-making. Let us begin not with Helen, nor with Paris, but with a wedding. Specifically, the ill-fated nuptials of Peleus and Thetis. He a mortal king, she a sea nymph of the highest pedigree, with a temper that could sink a fleet. Their union, blessed and meddled with by gods alike, marked the beginning of what would soon unravel into the Trojan War. You see, as with many a Greek tale, it all began because someone wasn't invited. The goddess Eris, deity of discord, had not received an invitation to the festivities, and rather than sulk quietly in the shadows like a modern office colleague left off the group lunch email, Eris stormed the wedding and tossed a golden apple into the feast. Upon the apple was inscribed just 3 words: "To the fairest." Now, when 3 goddesses lay eyes on a golden apple and read the phrase, "To the fairest," one can assume a certain level of measured response. Not here. Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite all claimed it. And so began one of the pettiest yet most consequential beauty contests in history. Enter Paris, a Trojan prince living rather peaceably on Mount Ida, having been exiled in infancy due to a prophecy foretelling he would one day bring ruin to Troy. Spoiler alert, the prophecy was quite accurate. The goddesses, unwilling to share a title or an apple, decided he would serve as the judge of their divine pageant. Each goddess, like a contestant on an especially high-stakes talent show, offered Paris a bribe. Hera promised power. Athena promised wisdom and military glory. Aphrodite, the ultimate romantic, offered him the most beautiful woman in the world. Paris, being young, impetuous, and deeply committed to surface-level beauty, chose Aphrodite. In doing so, he not only secured a place in history, but signed a celestial permission slip for disaster. And who, you ask, was this promised paragon of beauty? Helen of Sparta, daughter of Zeus and Leda, the latter famously seduced or assaulted, depending on one's translation, by Zeus in the form of a swan. Helen's beauty was said to be unparalleled, so much so that Theseus, yes, our old friend from chapter 9, once kidnapped her in her youth. But at the time of our story, Helen was married to Menelaus, king of Sparta and brother to Agamemnon, the king of kings in Mycenaean Greece. Paris, now committed to his prize, travelled to Sparta, was welcomed as a guest, and promptly seduced or spirited away Helen. Some versions say she went willingly. Others say she was taken. Greek myth is, as ever, delightfully inconsistent. But one thing is certain. Paris left with Helen, and Menelaus was furious. Cue the most ambitious retrieval operation of the Bronze Age, the Trojan War. Now it's worth pausing here to reflect. This wasn't just a domestic dispute. This was an all-star ensemble cast of Greek mythology. Achilles, Odysseus, Ajax, Nestor, Patroclus. A who's who of ancient heroism. And all supposedly rallied not merely to help Menelaus reclaim his wife, but to uphold a pact. When Helen was of marrying age, her suitors had all sworn to defend the chosen husband against anyone who tried to take her. You see, everyone expected trouble. Helen was, after all, the mythical equivalent of a diplomatic incident waiting to happen. But beyond the shimmering surface of abducted wife lies a tangle of deeper themes. Helen wasn't merely a prize passed between men. She became a symbol of male pride, national honour, divine interference, and the enduring fear of feminine allure. Her beauty was seen not just as a blessing, but as a destabilizing force, a thing too powerful to exist unguarded. And what of Paris? Was he a great lover? A romantic hero? Not exactly. In Homer's Iliad, he is portrayed as, well, a bit soft, more fond of lounging in his chambers with Helen than facing the Greek champions on the battlefield. His brother Hector, a genuine paragon of nobility, frequently rebukes him for his laziness and cowardice. Even Helen, in moments of weary honesty, mocks his martial inadequacy. Their relationship is complicated. In many retellings, Helen spends much of the war in Troy as a woman trapped by fate, by guilt, by circumstance. She is neither villain nor victim, but a blend of both. At times she regrets leaving Sparta. At others she blames the gods. Her ambiguity makes her one of the most psychologically rich characters in the mythological canon. Let us now turn to the war itself. 10 years of bloodshed, the death of heroes, the wrath of Achilles, the trickery of Odysseus, all to reclaim one woman, or more accurately, to restore male honour after it had been bruised. At least, that's what the song said. But beneath the surface, the Trojan War became a mythological crucible, a space where love, duty, revenge, and divine will collided. Helen's role after the war varies by source. In Homer, she is welcomed back by Menelaus. No trial, no execution, no banishment. It's as if the war never happened. The Trojans are dead, the city burned. But Helen returns to her palace and resumes her life. The ancient Greeks, it seems, had a rather flexible approach to reconciliation, provided you were beautiful enough. Later sources are less forgiving. Euripides, in his tragedy Helen, posits a version in which the real Helen was spirited away to Egypt by the gods, and a mere phantom, a cloud image, was taken to Troy in her place. This reinterpretation attempts to absolve Helen of blame entirely. A clever mythological loophole, one might say, though it does raise the question, why didn't the gods intervene earlier? The image of Helen, as seductress, scapegoat, symbol, is perhaps the most potent in all classical mythology. She becomes a mirror for whatever society wishes to see. To some, she is the ultimate femme fatale. To others, a tragic pawn. Her story shifts with the teller, reflecting the anxieties of the age. And Paris? His end, unsurprisingly, is not heroic. He is mortally wounded by Philoctetes, wielding the very bow of Heracles. Paris seeks help from Oenone, his former lover, and a nymph who had the power to heal him. She refuses, still hurt by his betrayal. And so Paris dies. Later, filled with remorse, she throws herself onto his funeral pyre. A rather fiery footnote to an already charred love story. One might ask, did Helen and Paris ever really love each other? Or were they both caught in a storm of divine meddling, political ambition, and their own vanity? There's a line in Euripides' Trojan Women where Helen defends herself before Hecuba, queen of the fallen city. She says, "It was the gods, not I." And perhaps that's true. In Greek myth, mortals are so often vessels for divine caprice, and yet they suffer the consequences. The tale of Helen and Paris endures not because it is romantic, but because it is recognizably human. A tangle of desire, mistake, pride, and regret. A tale where no one is truly innocent and everyone pays the price. As you close your eyes tonight, consider this. The face that launched 1,000 ships also left 1,000 widows. The beauty that sparked a war ended in ruin, and the love that defied kings and gods alike ultimately led nowhere at all. Greek myths rarely offer happy endings, but they do offer truth, wrapped in grandeur, adorned with gods, and echoing with the weight of mortal folly. So, rest now, dear listener. Let Helen and Paris fade into the sea mist of memory, two shadows walking among the ruins of Troy. May your dreams be free of golden apples and vengeful goddesses. And if someone offers you a prize for being the fairest, politely decline. Or at the very least check for curses good night. Imagine, if you will, that death in ancient Greece was less about harps and halos, and more about paperwork and a very long walk. Welcome to the underworld. Not quite hell, not quite heaven, and certainly not the place you stumbled into uninvited. This was no vague afterlife, but a fully formed terrain, complete with rivers, gates, judges, and the sort of ambience that would make even the most persistent travel agent hesitate. The Greeks didn't imagine the afterlife as something celestial. Floating upward was more of a later innovation. No, to the ancient Greek, death was a descent. The underworld, or Hades, was believed to lie beneath the earth, a vast echoing domain where the dead, regardless of virtue or vice, ended up. There were exceptions, of course. We'll get to those who earned upgrades or demotions later, but the standard model was simple. When you die, you go down. This idea of downward is worth noting. In Greek cosmology, the universe was a tiered thing. Olympus sat high atop Mount Olympus, the mortal world spread in the middle, and beneath it all, the underworld waited like a shadow. It wasn't a place of torment per se, at least not for most, but it was no one's idea of a retirement plan either. The name Hades referred both to the realm and to its king, an occasionally confusing naming convention, like calling your flat Philip, and then inviting Philip round for tea. The realm of Hades, though, was vast and complex. To map it is to understand the Greeks' deepest fears, beliefs, and, on occasion, grim sense of humour. The journey to Hades began with death, naturally. Hermes, ever the multi-talented god, served as psychopomp, a role that sounds like a Victorian insult, but actually means soul guide. It was Hermes who gently ushered the newly dead from the world of the living to the threshold of the underworld. And here, at the gates, stood the 5 rivers, the first and perhaps most poetic boundaries of the land of the dead. Each river in the underworld had a purpose and a personality, and none of them particularly friendly. Acheron, the river of woe, was the main entrance, a sorrowful torrent that the souls of the dead had to cross. It wasn't exactly inviting. Think more eternal sighing than babbling brook. Styx, the most famous of the 5, was the river of hatred. It wound its way through the underworld, forming a sort of ghostly moat around the palace of Hades himself. The gods, interestingly, swore their most sacred oaths by Styx. If one broke such an oath, they were forced to lie breathless for a year. The Greeks took promises and rivers very seriously. Phlegethon, the river of fire, flowed like molten lava through Tartarus, the realm's bleakest depths. Not a river to picnic beside, unless you like your olives flambé. Cocytus, the river of lamentation, echoed with the cries of the damned. It had an excellent echo, which presumably made things worse. And then there was Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, offering a forgetfulness so complete that even sorrow vanished. A sip, and you'd forget your life, yourself, and your past. Later mystery religions, like those of the Orphics, encouraged drinking from Mnemosyne, the river of memory, instead. Assuming you could find it, of course. These rivers weren't meant to be navigated. They were metaphysical boundaries, symbolizing emotions and transitions of the soul. They formed a kind of topographical poetry. A soul passed from grief to hatred, from fire to forgetfulness, on the journey to its final rest. To cross the Acheron, one required the services of Charon, a dour old man who piloted the ferry of the dead. Charon did not work for free. He expected payment in the form of an obol, a small coin traditionally placed under the tongue or on the eyes of the deceased during burial. Those without payment were left stranded, wandering the riverbank for eternity, like unfortunate backpackers who forgot to book accommodation. This tradition gave rise to one of the most enduring funeral customs in ancient Greece. Coins in the mouth were not merely symbolic, they were logistical. One did not want to risk ending up stuck beside Charon with nothing but regret and a dry mouth. Once across the river, a soul would pass by Cerberus, the fearsome 3-headed dog who guarded the gates. Unlike modern dogs, Cerberus was not interested in belly rubs. His job was to keep souls in, not out. He was, in effect, the underworld's answer to airport security, though far less likely to misplace your luggage. Cerberus rarely caused trouble, except when Heracles dragged him out during one of his labours, and when Orpheus lulled him to sleep with music. That's the sort of workplace chaos even Hades didn't enjoy. A bit like having a dragon as a receptionist and finding him humming to a lyre. Once past the gate, souls were sorted, not by a divine receptionist with a clipboard, but by 3 judges. Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. They were former mortal kings, now given posthumous promotions to arbiters of eternal destiny. From there, souls went to one of three places. Asphodel Meadows was the most common destination. Souls here wandered in a grey, twilight world, stripped of memory and identity. It wasn't punishment, just boring. The Greek version of eternal mediocrity. Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, was a paradise for heroes and the especially righteous. This was the Greek reward for a life well lived. Green fields, music, and an absence of paperwork. Some believed Elysium even had its own special reincarnation cycle. The Isles of the Blessed for those who lived 3 consecutive virtuous lives. And then there was Tartarus, a prison for the wicked and rebellious. Notably, it also held divine enemies like the Titans, along with famous mythological wrongdoers. More on them later. They're quite the rogues gallery. Later philosophers, especially the Orphics and Pythagoreans, would complicate this map. They introduced ideas of reincarnation, transmigration, and the soul's journey through many lives. But the standard map remained etched in the Greek imagination. A journey downwards, a ferry ride, a judgment, and an eternity, somewhere. The Greeks, being delightfully imaginative, located several earthly entrances to the underworld. Among the most famous was Cape Tainaron in the Peloponnese, a cave by the sea said to be an actual doorway to Hades. Another was Lake Avernus in Italy, adopted by the Romans but inherited from Greek tradition. Poets and pilgrims alike treated these sites with reverence, or at least with caution. One didn't go spelunking near a gate to the afterlife. Not without Hermes on speed dial. The Greeks believed the soul, or psyche, departed the body at death, often imagined as a small winged figure. Not an angel, mind you, just a ghost with accessories. This psyche then journeyed downward through all the stages we've mentioned. Interestingly, the soul in Greek tradition wasn't necessarily immortal in a celebratory sense. It lingered, it remembered, sometimes, but it was diminished. This was not a resurrection faith. The afterlife was a shadow of life, not a glorious continuation of it. To understand the underworld is to understand Greek morality. Life was lived under the constant shadow of death, and the afterlife wasn't a reward or punishment system so much as a mirror, reflecting your deeds, but dimly. Only the truly great, the dazzlingly virtuous or heroic, made it to Elysium. Most wandered Asphodel. The worst went to Tartarus. And the rest? Well, that depended on the ferry fare. So here we are, standing on the bank of the Acheron, coin in hand, a dog with too many heads watching us shuffle nervously toward the ferry. It is a strange thing, this underworld. Grim, yes, but orderly. Logical even. A place where death is not the end, but the beginning of bureaucracy. And for the ancient Greeks, it was precisely this structure, this detailed, mapped and river-crossed realm, that brought meaning to the unknown. The underworld was not chaos, it was navigation. And in that map, they found comfort. Next, we'll meet its rulers, the quiet king, Hades, and the unwilling queen, Persephone. But for now, keep your herbal safe and don't pet the dog. When one pictures royalty, Certain images come to mind: golden thrones, courtiers fawning, banquet halls echoing with laughter. The underworld's rulers, however, are a rather different sort. Hades and Persephone do not throw feasts. They don't pose for coins. They reign quietly, more like librarians than monarchs. But make no mistake, theirs is a formidable kingdom, not of conquest, but of permanence. Let's begin with Hades himself. The eldest son of Cronus and Rhea, yes, eldest, though often overshadowed by his more flamboyant brothers. Zeus got the skies, Poseidon got the sea, and Hades drew the short end, or depending on how you see it, the deepest one. He was given dominion over the land of the dead, which in ancient Greek cosmology was less of a punishment and more of a cosmic necessity. Someone had to tend the graveyard of the world. Contrary to popular interpretation, Hades wasn't evil. He was stern, yes, unforgiving, certainly, but not malevolent. He ruled with order, not cruelty. In fact, the Greeks didn't even like to say his name aloud, not because they feared him as wicked, but because they respected his solemn distance. Euphemisms were preferred. Pluton, meaning wealthy one, was a common choice. It's a clever nod to the riches of the earth, gold, silver, and the dead, all found beneath the soil. His appearance in myths is rare, and when he does emerge, he's not tossing thunderbolts or turning into animals. He appears when duty calls, when lines are crossed, or when a bride must be taken. Ah yes, Persephone. Her story, like so much in Greek mythology, is layered. On the surface, it is a tale of abduction. Hades, stricken by love, or something close to it, bursts forth from the earth, seizes Persephone as she gathers flowers, and vanishes with her into the shadows. One moment she's picking narcissus in a sunlit field, the next she's hurtling into the abyss. Naturally, her mother, the goddess Demeter, is displeased. When a goddess of agriculture is upset, she doesn't send letters. She simply stops growing things. Crops failed. The earth withered. Humanity, caught in the divine domestic quarrel, began to starve. Eventually, a compromise was brokered. Persephone would spend part of the year with her mother, and part with her new husband. This seasonal arrangement became mythological shorthand for the changing of the seasons. When Persephone rises, spring returns. When she descends, the earth sleeps. But this tidy cycle masks the more disturbing undercurrents. The pomegranate, the fruit Persephone eats in the underworld, is more than a snack. By consuming it, she is bound to the realm of the dead. Some versions say she was tricked, others that she accepted the seeds willingly. Either way, the symbolism is rich. To eat of the underworld is to belong to it. The fruit is both wedding ring and chain. Now, as Queen of the Dead, Persephone becomes a dual figure, both maiden and matron, life and death. She is not merely Hades' wife. She is a sovereign in her own right, and her presence in the underworld changes it. She brings a certain grace, a balance. Where Hades governs with rules, Persephone governs with meaning. She is the mourner's comfort, the priestess's prayer, the spring within the soil. Their relationship, though born of force, evolves. Later myths portray a far more complicated, even tender, bond. Persephone is no prisoner sulking in shadows. She becomes the judge of souls, the enforcer of curses, the veiled queen before whom even the dead lower their eyes, and Hades, he is fiercely loyal. Unlike most Olympian gods, he has no dalliances, no swan-related scandals. His affection, however oddly acquired, is singular. The story of Hades and Persephone became the spiritual core of the Eleusinian mysteries, one of ancient Greece's most sacred religious rites. Held annually in the town of Eleusis, the mysteries promised initiates a deeper understanding of death and the hope, however dim, of something beyond it. The exact rituals remain, well, mysterious. The Greeks were excellent at keeping secrets when properly terrified, but we do know that the story of Demeter and Persephone lay at the heart of it, and that participants came away changed. Not immortal, but comforted. It was perhaps the first afterlife assurance plan. There's something else curious about Hades' kingdom. It is not a place of chaos, but of categories. And no category was more serious than burial. To die without it was to be condemned to wander, unable to enter the gates, unable to be judged, unable to forget. The importance of a proper burial cannot be overstated. Even criminals were sometimes afforded rites, if only to avoid haunting. The soul, left unburied, became restless, angry, sticky, one might say in terms of haunting potential. This belief gave rise to entire myths. Antigone defying the law to bury her brother, Odysseus pouring libations to summon the dead, even Achilles dragging Hector's body around Troy, not just as insult, but to deny him peace. The dead had rights and the living had duties. It was a delicate ecosystem of remembrance. And yet, despite all the gravity, the underworld was not without its bureaucracy. The judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus, presided over souls like a celestial tribunal. They were not Olympian gods, but mortals rewarded with posthumous promotions. Minos, in particular, was viewed as the chief judge. A former king of Crete, now sorting shades like a mythical civil servant. Their judgments were based on life's deeds, though the criteria were flexible. Heroism helped. So did piety. Excessive hubris, on the other hand, tended to result in more unpleasant accommodations. Still, most people didn't land in Tartarus. That was reserved for the worst offenders, oath breakers, kinslayers, and those who really annoyed the gods. The rest, as we've said, shuffled quietly off to the asphodel meadows, where they wandered like half-remembered dreams. But it is in Hades and Persephone's duality that we glimpse something timeless. They are not light and dark, but stillness and return. Hades is the final silence. Persephone, the whisper that breaks it. He holds the keys. She walks between worlds. Their reign is not built on thunder or glory, but inevitability. And in Greek thought, there is something sacred about inevitability. The underworld was not feared because it was monstrous. It was feared because it was permanent. It was fair, unyielding. Even the gods bowed to its rules. When Sarpedon, the son of Zeus, died on the battlefield, not even his divine parent could intervene. His body was carried off. His soul dispatched, quietly, irrevocably, to Hades, Fate did not bend, not even for Olympus. And here, perhaps, lies the true power of the underworld's rulers. Not in their wealth or their throne, but in their restraint. Hades never rebels. Persephone never abandons her post. They do not flaunt, they do not conquer. They endure. In a pantheon filled with drama, they remain silent and eternal. It's rather elegant in its own way. Most gods demand attention. Hades and Persephone ask only to be remembered. So the next time you hear the rustle of wind through dry leaves, or feel the hush of winter settling over the earth, you might think of them, the quiet king and the queen who returns. They are not here to punish, they are here to remind that everything ends, that everything returns. And somewhere in the dark beneath the earth, they are waiting, not with malice, but with certainty. Now, let us leave their shadowed court behind, for in our next descent, we'll meet the judges of the dead themselves, and explore how morality, memory, and myth intertwine in the soul's final trial. Just be sure to bring your best defense. If you thought death in ancient Greece meant a simple fade to black, think again. The Greeks had a deep fondness for formality, and the afterlife was no exception. Once you'd been ferried across the river, nodded politely at the three-headed dog, and stepped into the shadowed halls of Hades, there was one final obstacle to overcome: judgment. Because even in death there's paperwork. Welcome then to the tribunal of the dead, presided over not by gods, but by three rather serious-looking mortals who had earned, through various deeds in life, the eternal privilege of sorting souls like celestial customs officers. Their names were Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Aeacus. Collectively, they judged every soul that entered the underworld. Individually, well, they each brought their own flavour to the court. Let's begin with Minos, former king of Crete, builder of labyrinths, wrangler of minotaurs. The myths describe him as wise, fair, and occasionally terrifying. In life, he was something of a mixed bag, prone to wrath, but fond of justice. In death, he was promoted to the highest bench, chief judge, robed in dignity, always frowning. He wasn't alone, of course. Rhadamanthus, his brother, was renowned for his unwavering honesty and incorruptible nature, qualities that, then as now, often made someone utterly exhausting at parties. He was assigned the souls of Easterners, Greeks from Asia Minor and the islands, and is said to have judged with a kind of moral purity that brooked no excuses. If you were a trickster, or even vaguely smug, Rhadamanthus likely sent you packing. And then there was Aeacus, ruler of the island of Aegina in life, and in death, the judge of those from the Western world, especially mainland Greeks. Aeacus had a rather impressive resume, even by mythological standards. He'd helped build the walls of Troy with Poseidon and Apollo, and was famed for his piety. Not a man to cross lightly. The idea of three judges comes not just from myth, but from the Greeks' own legal culture. The city-states of Greece often used citizen juries to determine guilt, and the notion that the dead too would be weighed and questioned was entirely in keeping with the social order. Death, it seems, was simply another court date. only this one was final. Of course, there was no cross-examination, no witty lawyers in togas. Your life was your testimony. Your deeds, your defence. What counted as virtue? The Greeks had opinions. Civic duty, honour in battle, respect for the gods, hospitality, generosity, and an avoidance of hubris, that ever-present sin of overstepping one's mortal place. The punishment for hubris, you'll recall, was rarely a slap on the wrist. It was usually more creative. Eternal hunger, unreachable water, rolling a boulder forever. In many cases, the worst offenders were sent to Tartarus, a kind of maximum security wing for moral degenerates. But for most, the process was less theatrical. The average soul, upon arrival, would be judged and sent to one of three places. Asphodel for the neither here nor there crowd, Elysium for the righteous, Tartarus for the truly wicked. It was not a precise theology. The Greeks were more poetic than prescriptive, but it worked. People behaved better when they believed someone was keeping score, even posthumously. Interestingly, the process wasn't just moral. Memory played a role. In Orphic belief, those mystery cults that sprung up in later centuries, the soul's memory was a key component of judgment. The Orphics taught that most people drank from Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, and wandered asphodel in dreamy amnesia. But the wise drank instead from Mnemosyne, the river of memory. They remembered who they were, what they had done, and, crucially, how to escape the cycle. For the Orphics believed in reincarnation, not eternal rest, but repeated trials. The soul, if it failed to achieve purity, would be reborn again and again, a cosmic loop of mortality until it finally earned release. The judges in this system were not simply clocks. They were gatekeepers to higher truths. Your judgment might determine not where you rested, but where you started next. This idea likely had Eastern influences. India and Persia had long traditions of cyclical rebirth, but it blended neatly with Greek notions of fate, character, and consequence, and it raised the stakes. Death was not the end. It was a checkpoint. Let's turn for a moment to a few notable defendants. First, Sisyphus, king, trickster, and possibly the most annoying man in mythology. He cheated death twice, mocked the gods, tied up Thanatos, the personification of death itself. When he finally died properly, the judges did not bother with subtlety. He was sentenced to push a boulder uphill for eternity, a task so famously pointless that it's now a metaphor for modern email. Then there's Tantalus, who thought it would be clever to serve his own son at a banquet for the gods. Unsurprisingly, this did not go over well. His punishment? To stand in a pool of water beneath a tree of fruit, both forever just out of reach. Hunger and thirst without end, despite being surrounded by abundance. A sort of divine irony. The judges were fond of those. Ixion, meanwhile, tried to seduce Hera. Not a bright idea. Zeus bound him to a flaming spinning wheel for eternity. Again, the punishment fits the crime. Desire unfulfilled, motion without progress. These examples weren't just stories for entertainment. They were moral instruction. The Greeks used myth to teach what not to do. especially when dealing with family, hospitality, or divine beings with trust issues. Now, one might ask, how fair were the judges? Did they ever make mistakes? Did they quarrel? The myths are oddly silent on this. Perhaps because the Greeks, for all their skepticism, wanted the underworld to feel consistent. Life was chaotic enough. Let death be orderly. It's worth noting that this entire system, rivers, judges, punishments, was not universal across all of Greece. Local beliefs varied. The Homeric vision of the afterlife, for example, was bleaker. In the Odyssey, the dead are little more than shadows. Even mighty Achilles says he'd rather be a poor farmer alive than a dead king. The later, more structured version of the underworld, with judges and options, reflects a cultural shift toward hope, or at the very least, structure. Philosophers played a role in this evolution. Plato, in particular, loved the idea of posthumous judgment. In his dialogue, Phaedo, Socrates waxes lyrical about the soul's journey. In the Republic, we find the myth of Air, a soldier who dies, sees the workings of the afterlife, and returns to tell the tale. In Air's vision, souls choose their next lives based on their past deeds. It's a mix of free will and consequence, laced with poetic justice. Plato's point is clear. How you live matters. Not because a god is watching, but because reality itself keeps score. That idea that there is an order to the universe and that death is not the end but the audit, and are stuck. It influenced not only later Greek thought, but Roman religion, early Christian eschatology, and even Renaissance notions of cosmic justice. So what does it all mean? That the Greeks, even in death, sought meaning. They didn't need fire and brimstone. They had form and function. The underworld was not a nightmare. It was a reflection. You saw yourself there, stripped of status, excuse, and ornament. The judges in this view weren't tyrants. They were mirrors, fair, firm, and eternal. And perhaps that's why the Greek underworld endures. It wasn't a place of horror, but of memory, of consequence. A reminder that every choice, every action, ripples beyond the grave. Of course, if that all sounds a bit too serious, you could always be buried with a second coin, just in case you want to appeal the verdict. Now then, shall we continue our descent? We've met the rulers. We've stood before the judges. In the next chapter, we take to the waters, the 5 rivers of the underworld, each more poetic and unpleasant than the last. Bring sturdy boots and maybe a towel. The Greeks, being who they were, never let a good story get in the way of a practical detail, even in death. And so, when they imagined the underworld, they didn't picture a vague, empty abyss. They envisioned a terrain, a map, a landscape with rivers. 5 of them, to be precise. Each one a symbol, each one a passage. No mere trickling brooks, these. They were the arteries of death itself. Let's begin with the most infamous of them all, Styx. The name alone has a certain weight, harsh, unforgiving, like something you'd name a particularly ill-tempered goat. But in Greek mythology, Styx was the river of hatred, the black current that encircled the underworld 7 times over. It wasn't just a river you crossed, it was one you swore upon. even the gods feared it. Zeus himself honoured oaths made by the Styx. If a god lied while invoking her name, they weren't simply frowned at. No, they were cast into a year-long coma, followed by 9 years of exile from Olympus. That's nearly a decade of divine silence, which for someone like Hermes must have been agony. The goddess Styx, yes, she was a deity as well as a river, was the daughter of Oceanus and Tethys, and the first to side with Zeus in the great war against the Titans. In gratitude, he granted her river the highest honour, the foundation of truth. All oaths sworn upon it were binding. Mortals had the fates. Gods had the Styx. Now if Styx is the river of hatred, then Acheron is the river of sorrow. Its name means woe or pain, and it served as the main crossing point into the underworld. This was the river that the newly dead approached first. At its banks waited Charon, the ever-grumpy ferryman, demanding his coin, an obol tucked beneath the tongue or placed on the eyes during burial. A small price for passage into eternity. Acheron was a river in both myth and, amusingly, geography. There is an actual Acheron river in northwestern Greece, and ancient people believed it to be a literal entrance to the underworld. You can visit it today, though no one recommends trying to pay the ferryman. Philosophically, Acheron represents the grief of death itself. The crossing is not merely physical, it's emotional. You leave behind the world, your family, your name. The water is not for cleansing, it's for severing. And then we come to Phlegethon, the river of fire. Not metaphorical fire, mind you. Flaming torrents, blazing, ever-burning streams that snake through the most dismal part of the underworld, Tartarus. If you've ever had a holiday go wrong involving lava, you're already familiar with the general vibe. Phlegethon was, quite literally, hellfire. It didn't just burn, it scorched the very concept of hope. Virgil in the Aeneid described its red-hot flood as hissing and moaning like boiling blood. Charming. In some versions of myth, it even joined the Styx, hatred and fire mingling together, which sounds rather like a family reunion in certain households. In later thought, especially Roman and Christian interpretations, Phlegethon became associated with punishment, a precursor to the lakes of fire in more familiar models of hell. But in the Greek world, it was less about sin and more about the presence of divine judgment. You didn't fall into Phlegethon because you were naughty. You fell in because the gods had lost patience with you. Cocytus, by contrast, was the river of wailing, a slow, mournful stream that twisted its way through the more desolate reaches of Hades. It was fed, so the poets said, by the tears of the damned, though one suspects that's more poetic metaphor than hydrological science. Still, it served a clear function. It reminded the soul of what it had lost. If Acheron is the grief of leaving life, Cocytus is the grief of what you've done with it. Some sources place Cocytus in the outer reaches of the underworld, where the souls of those who refused proper burial or died in disgrace drifted in endless lamentation, forgotten, unclaimed. Even the name is unpleasant. Cocytus. It sticks in the throat like a sob. Fitting, really. And now we come to Lethe. perhaps the most beguiling river of all, the river of forgetfulness. To drink from Lethe was to forget everything: your name, your life, your choices, your shame. It was the great eraser, the final mercy, or the final theft, depending on how one viewed it. In most traditions, all souls drank from Lethe before entering the asphodel meadows. It dulled the senses, softened the blow, and reduced the sting of death to a dreamlike haze. You wandered as a shadow, unaware that you had ever been anything else. But the Orphics, those mysterious sectarians who viewed life as a trap and death as a test, had a different view. They warned against drinking from Lethe. They taught their initiates to seek out Mnemosyne, the river of memory, instead. They buried their dead with tiny tablets engraved with instructions. Do not drink from Lethe. Drink from the pool of Mnemosyne. Remember who you are. Escape the cycle. Wake up. This alternative cosmology reveals a striking tension in Greek thought. Is forgetting a kindness or a curse? Is memory the path to salvation, or a burden we are lucky to lose? The mainstream myths suggest that peace lies in forgetting. The Orphics suggest that peace lies in remembering. Either way, the soul must choose, or be chosen. These 5 rivers weren't just scenic backdrops. They were psychological states. Sorrow, rage, forgetfulness, fire and lament. Together they formed a symbolic journey, one that mirrored the stages of mourning, or perhaps the steps of spiritual transformation. You did not simply die. You crossed rivers. You passed through sorrow. You forgot. You burned. You wept. Only then did you arrive. It's worth remembering that the underworld, for all its drama, was less about punishment than transition. These rivers weren't obstacles. They were elements of change. Death was not a door. It was a river delta. Every path split and flowed and rejoined in mysterious ways. In art and literature, the rivers appear frequently. In the Odyssey, Odysseus must summon the dead near the Acheron. In Plato's Phaedo, Socrates describes the great chasms of the earth into which these rivers fall. In Roman epic, the influence persists. Aeneas must navigate these same waters, guided by the Sibyl in his journey through the underworld. Even Dante, in his Inferno, borrowed the names, though he twisted their meanings to fit a new theological framework. Phlegethon becomes a boiling river of blood for murderers. Cocytus is a frozen lake of treachery. The Greek subtlety is gone, replaced by moral bookkeeping. But the names endure, and so too do the metaphors. We still speak of crossing rivers, of burning bridges, of drinking to forget. These ancient currents flow into our language, our imagination, our dreams. The Greeks didn't just map the afterlife. They mapped the inner life with rivers that reflected the soul's passage more accurately than any chart or compass. Today, one might be tempted to dismiss these as quaint fables, dusty footnotes in a forgotten religion. But think of how we still talk about loss. Grief comes in waves. Memory flows, sorrow pools, fire consumes. The metaphors have never left us. The rivers are still there. So when your own days feel like wandering between banks, when you wade through sadness, or forget your purpose, or burn with regret. You are, in a sense, walking old paths. You are retracing ancient watercourses. You are remembering what the Greeks already knew, that death is not a moment. It is a journey. And the soul, like a leaf on the current, drifts slowly into something deeper. And in the next chapter, we'll meet the ferryman who starts it all. Charon, keeper of the crossing. Just don't forget your coin. He's terribly fussy about that. By now, you've died. You've descended. You've passed judgment. You've crossed, at least metaphorically, a number of troubling rivers. And just before you truly enter the realm of the dead, there's one more figure standing between you and the next stage of your existence. He doesn't smile. He doesn't ask how your journey was. He's not even particularly chatty. This is Charon, the ferryman of the underworld, the man with the boat, and the world's most stubborn coin policy. Charon, whose name means something between fierce brightness and keen gaze, depending on how poetic your ancient Greek is one of the most iconic figures of the underworld. And rightly so. He's the first employee you meet. Less a greeter, more a gatekeeper, and absolutely allergic to small talk. His job is simple. Ferry the newly dead across the river Acheron, or in some versions the Styx, and deposit them on the shores of Hades' kingdom. It sounds mundane until you realise he's been doing this job without a single day off since the dawn of human death. No wonder he's cranky. But before we get too deep into his performance review, let's talk logistics. In order to gain passage on Charon's boat, you need to have been buried properly, which in ancient Greek terms meant more than just digging a hole. The dead had to be prepared with rites, prayers, and most importantly, a coin. An obol, a small silver or bronze piece placed under the tongue or on the eyes. This wasn't symbolic. This was fair. And Charon, for all his glowering silence, did not run a charity. Without payment, the soul was denied boarding. No exceptions. You'd be forced to wait indefinitely on the shores. A ghostly backlog of unpaid passengers. In Homer's Odyssey, such souls wander, forgotten and unclaimed, murmuring like wind through reeds. Not punished exactly, just stuck. Which, arguably, is worse. This is why, across the Greek world, burial customs were taken so seriously. To die without one was a kind of spiritual homelessness. Even enemies were sometimes buried out of sheer fear of divine retaliation. Leaving a corpse unburied was not just an insult, it was a curse. It invited hauntings, plagues, and all manner of civic inconvenience. The dead were expected to behave, but only if the living did their part first. Charon, then, became more than just a mythological boatman. He was a symbol of transition and of obligation. He stood for the idea that death had terms, and if those terms weren't met, the dead suffered a slow, bureaucratic purgatory, not because they were evil, simply because they weren't processed. Now, visually speaking, Charon evolved quite a bit. In early Greek vase paintings, he's a ragged old man with a hood, a heavy beard, and a long pole. Practical, unsentimental. The kind of fellow who looks like he's been commuting the same route since before Prometheus stole fire. Later, Roman interpretations turned him more skeletal and monstrous, gaunt, grim, with hollow eyes and hollow cheeks, the prototype for our modern Grim Reaper. But the Greeks preferred their Charon weary, not wicked. He was never depicted as evil. He didn't torture. He didn't judge. He simply performed his duty with the kind of grim professionalism you might expect from a career tax auditor or an underpaid museum guard. He shows up in vase art, solemn and unsmiling, greeting Hermes as he delivers yet another batch of souls. The two rarely chat. There is, after all, work to be done. Even the gods seem to leave him alone. Hades didn't micromanage, and Hermes just dropped the souls off at the terminal like a supernatural delivery driver. Charon got them across. No fuss, no glory. Charon's boat, interestingly, was never described in much detail. The Greeks weren't terribly concerned with nautical specs. There are no poetic flourishes about carved wood or sails woven by nymphs. What mattered was the crossing, that brief, irreversible journey from the world of the living to the world of the dead. The boat was not a vehicle, it was a moment, and moments, in Greek mythology, always matter. In some tales, Charon appears beyond his usual role. During Heracles' 12th labour, the fetching of Cerberus from the underworld, the hero, very much alive, demands passage. Charon, to his credit, refuses. But Heracles, being Heracles, persuades him in the usual Greek heroic fashion, with fists. The ferryman is roughed up, the hero crosses, and as punishment, Charon is imprisoned for a year. You can imagine his union rep had a field day. Another famous visitor is Orpheus, who charms Charon not with strength, but with song. His music, so heartbreakingly beautiful, softens even the ferryman's crusty heart, and he allows Orpheus to pass in search of Eurydice. It's a rare moment of leniency, or possibly just a welcome break from centuries of silence. Then there's Aeneas, the Roman hero, who approaches Charon in Virgil's Aeneid. When the ferryman sees him, alive, with sword and shield, he scoffs. "No living man crosses here," he says, in so many Latin words. But when Aeneas produces the golden bow, a sort of divine hall pass, Charon mutters, grumbles, and waves him aboard. He doesn't like it, but rules are rules. These stories reveal something crucial. Charon is not cruel. He's lawful. He obeys the order of things. He respects the boundaries between life and death. And when those boundaries are broken, even by heroes, even by fate, he does not rejoice. He winces. Because really, it's just more work for him. In Greek tragedy and philosophy, Charon looms large. He is not a personification of death, that would be Thanatos, but rather its administrator. He doesn't come for you. He waits, always waiting, a shadow by the shore. He became so iconic that his name and his crossing entered common expression. The fare to Charon was a phrase for death itself. Poets described their characters as boarding the boat or handing over the obol. The metaphor was so entrenched that even centuries later, in Christian and Islamic lore, echoes of the ferryman persist. There's even archaeological evidence of his importance. Excavations across the Greek world, from Attica to Sicily, have uncovered graves with coins purposefully placed in mouths. Inscriptions on Orphic tablets speak directly to Karen. Tell him I am a child of earth and starry heaven. Let me pass. Even in death, it seems, there was protocol. And in a way, Karen's presence raises deep questions. If you must pay to enter the next world, what does that say about justice? About economy? About legacy? The Greeks weren't sure. But they knew one thing. Death had structure. You didn't just vanish. You queued, you waited, and when your time came, you climbed aboard. There's also something slightly comedic about him. Here is a man, assuming we can call him that, who has had the same job for all eternity, who meets millions of souls and says nothing, who rows in silence, always forward, never back, who never once takes a wrong turn, who has probably, at some point, cursed every philosopher, hero and singer who tried to sneak in under special terms. Some versions of the myth even hint that Charon once had a temple of his own, a minor shrine in a forgotten village, or perhaps just a quiet offering placed on a dock. A crust of bread, a coin, a whisper. Not because people loved him, but because they respected him. Because they hoped one day when they met him, he might not be in one of his moods. And yet, for all his gruffness, he's essential. Charon is the transition, the moment of crossing, the boundary made visible. The Greeks didn't picture death as a fall or a door, but a journey. And every journey needs a boatman. So if you ever find yourself on a misty riverbank, staring into dark waters, and you see a hunched figure waiting with a pole, be respectful, be ready, and for heaven's sake, have exact change, because no matter how brave you are, no matter how wise, how famous, how prepared, no one rides for free. Now that we've crossed into the underworld, met its rulers, judges, rivers, and ferrymen, it's time to turn our gaze deeper still. In the next chapter, we meet the heroes who defied death, who descended into this realm while still breathing, and sometimes made it back again. They are not many, but their stories still echo in the dark. For most mortals, death was a one-way journey. You lived, you died, you paid your coin to Charon, and you moved on with varying degrees of dignity depending on how you'd behaved above ground. But there were a few notable exceptions. Mortals who stepped across the boundary without waiting for death to claim them, who descended into the underworld alive and, more miraculously, came back. Not ghosts, not souls, but breathing bodies in a place that didn't welcome breath. These are the katabasis stories, from the Greek word katabasis, meaning descent. In myth, they're always dramatic. In reality, well, if one believes in such things, likely traumatic. Yet they offer something rare in Greek thought: a bridge between worlds, a glimpse into the realm of the dead, filtered through the eyes of the living. Let's begin with one of the most famous. Orpheus, son of the muse Calliope, and by all accounts the finest musician in the ancient world. Orpheus didn't wield a sword. He didn't slay monsters. He played the lyre, and when he did, even stones wept. His music could calm storms, charm animals, and as it turns out, briefly rearranged the rules of life and death. When his wife Eurydice died, a serpent bite, as always in myth, Orpheus was inconsolable. But rather than curse the gods or tear his robes, he did something far more unsettling. He walked into the underworld. No army, no trickery. Just a man and a liar, stepping past the gates of Hades as if he had an appointment. And incredibly, the underworld listened. Cerberus laid down his many heads. The Furies, normally immune to sentiment, stopped gnashing their teeth. Even Hades and Persephone, notoriously unmoved by mortal pleas, found themselves blinking back a tear or two. Orpheus asked for one thing: Eurydice returned to life. He didn't beg. He sang. The rulers agreed, with one condition. Eurydice would follow him back, but he must not look back at her until they reached the upper world. If he turned, even for a moment, she would be lost. And so he walked, step by step, through the blackness. Her footsteps behind him, faint, but there. He reached the surface, saw the sunlight rise, and turned, just before she crossed. One glance, and she was gone, this time forever. The myth, of course, is tragic, but it speaks to a deeper idea, that death is not only final, but perilously delicate. Even love, even art, can't defy it fully. And Orpheus, for all his gifts, forgot that the rules below are not like those above. Now, if Orpheus's journey is poetic, Heracles is muscular. His catabasis was one of his 12 labours, to descend into Hades and bring back Cerberus, the three-headed hound, alive and uninjured. Why? Well, because King Eurystheus, who issued the labours, was running out of ideas. And perhaps because even a petty king enjoys seeing a demigod squirm. Heracles prepared carefully. He was nothing if not methodical in his violence. He sought the help of Hermes and Athena, was purified in Eleusis, and then marched boldly down into the realm of the dead. No lyre, no tears. Just brute force and a lion-skin cloak. He asked Hades politely for Cerberus. Hades, perhaps bemused, agreed, on the condition that Heracles subdue the beast without weapons. Heracles, never one to shy away from a challenge involving wrestling something with too many heads, tackled Cerberus with his bare hands, wrestled him into submission, and dragged him snarling back to the surface. It was not an act of love. It was not tragic. But it was the sort of heroism the Greeks admired. Raw, unapologetic, and practical. Heracles didn't conquer death, but he manhandled its guardian, and that was close enough. Then there's Theseus, who, along with his slightly less intelligent friend, Pirithous, also tried to enter the underworld. Their goal? Kidnap Persephone, the queen of the dead, and make her Pirithous' bride. Now this was not a plan born of brilliance. Hades, upon meeting the two heroes, smiled, which, given the context, should have been a warning. He invited them to sit. They did, and immediately found themselves fused to their seats, physically stuck, bound by magic, perhaps even fate. They remained that way, eternally immobilized on the so-called chair of forgetfulness, until Heracles, during his own catabasis, found them and managed to free Theseus. Pirithous, however, was left behind. The gods were not keen on rescuing someone whose great ambition was to seduce the wife of death. The tale is instructive. don't mess with the queen of the underworld, and never go adventuring with a friend who has ideas above his mythological station. One of the most haunting catabasis stories, though, is found in Homer's Odyssey. In Book 11, Odysseus is told to seek prophecy from the dead, specifically from the blind seer Tiresias. To do so, he sails to the edge of the world and performs a ritual, digging a trench, pouring libations of honey, milk, wine, and blood, and calling forth the spirits of the dead. And they come, in droves. Not just Tiresias, but warriors, queens, mothers, lost shipmates. Even Achilles, who declares mournfully that he would rather be a poor man alive than a king among the dead. It's a chilling thought. The hero of heroes, reduced to longing for the smallest pleasures of life. Odysseus doesn't walk into the underworld. He stands at its edge, but what he sees leaves him shaken. The dead do not sleep peacefully. They hunger. They crowd. They long for remembrance. The journey is not a triumph. It's a reckoning. These catabasis tales serve several purposes. They are, first and foremost, dramatic. The living walking among the dead has a certain flair, but they also reinforce core ideas of Greek thought, that the underworld is not a place for the living, that its laws are absolute, and that those who defy them rarely emerge unscathed. And yet, the very fact that these stories exist, that mortals did descend and return, suggests something hopeful. A crack in the stone. A thread of possibility. Death is final, yes, but not always impenetrable. Later traditions would expand on this. In Roman myth, Aeneas doesn't just visit the dead. He meets his father, receives wisdom, and sees the souls of future Romans waiting to be born. For Virgil, the underworld is not only memory, but prophecy. In the Orphic Mysteries, the soul descends not once, but many times, through lifetimes, seeking purification. Their catabasis is not a single heroic feat, but a spiritual map. The soul falls, forgets, remembers, and returns until it finds release. Their heroes are not warriors, but initiates. These stories influenced everything that came after. Dante's Inferno, with its guided tour through hell, is one long catabasis. Christ's descent into the underworld in Christian tradition echoes the same structure. Even modern literature borrows the trope. The hero who must descend into darkness, face death, and come back changed. In all these tales, the descent is not punishment, it's transformation. And perhaps that's what the Greeks understood best, that to face death, to look into it, walk beside it, and still return, is the greatest knowledge of all. The hero doesn't conquer death. He survives it. He sees its rules. And he learns how to live differently. So whether one carries a lyre, a club, or a coin, the lesson is the same. Those who walk into the underworld must leave something behind, and never return quite the same. In the next chapter, we'll travel deeper than any hero ever dared, to Tartarus, the prison beneath even Hades. A place not for mortals, but for monsters, titans, and those who offended the gods in ways that simply couldn't be ignored. Bring a torch and a sense of proportion. Beneath the underworld, beneath the rivers, beneath the meadows of asphodel and the fields of Elysium, lies something darker, older, less a place, more a consequence. A pit not carved into the earth, but into the bones of myth itself. Welcome to Tartarus, the prison of the damned and the divine, the abyss at the edge of everything. In the beginning there was chaos, and out of chaos came Gaia, Earth, and from Gaia both Uranus, the sky, and Tartarus, the pit. The ancient poets were quite clear on this. Tartarus was not just a location. It was a primordial being, a presence, a kind of cosmic depth. If Gaia was the ground beneath your feet, Tartarus was the endless drop beneath that ground, the no further of the universe. Later, the word Tartarus became shorthand for the lowest region of Hades. But originally, it was far worse. In Hesiod's Theogony, it said that an anvil falling from heaven would take 9 days to reach Earth, and another 9 to fall from Earth to Tartarus. That's how far down we're talking. Not a hole, but a boundary. A containment zone for what even the gods couldn't allow to roam free. Tartarus was used to imprison the Titans, those colossal, elemental beings who ruled before the Olympians. During the Titanomachy, the great war between the gods and their predecessors, Zeus and his siblings fought from Mount Olympus, while the Titans hurled mountains from Ophrys. When the dust finally settled, the Olympians won, with some help from the Hecatoncheires, 100-handed giants useful in a scrap. And the Titans, locked in Tartarus. They weren't just dropped in like stones down a well. They were bound in chains of adamant, an indestructible divine metal, and sealed away. Cronus, once king of the cosmos, now languished in silence. Some versions say he sleeps still, others that he contemplates revenge, but none suggest escape, because Tartarus isn't a prison you can leave, it's a punishment you become. Yet the Titans weren't the only residents. Enter Sisyphus, the most clever man who ever lived, and perhaps the most irritating. King of Corinth, Sisyphus had a habit of angering the gods. He chained up Thanatos, the personification of death, to prevent people from dying. For a while this worked surprisingly well, until Ares intervened, furious that no one was dying in battle anymore. When Sisyphus was finally caught, he convinced his wife not to bury him, then complained to Persephone that he hadn't received proper rites, and thus couldn't be dead yet. She let him return to the living world to sort it out, whereupon he promptly refused to come back. Twice he escaped death, but 3rd time's the charm. He was sentenced to Tartarus, where he now pushes a boulder up a hill for eternity, only for it to roll down just before reaching the top. Every time. Hope followed by failure. An endless loop of almosts. And then there's Tantalus, who thought it wise to test the gods' omniscience by serving them a stew made from his son. The gods, fortunately, noticed the suspicious flavour. Tantalus was punished by being placed in a pool of water beneath a fruit tree. But whenever he reached to drink or eat, the water would recede and the fruit lift away. Hunger without satisfaction, desire without reward. From him we get the word tantalize, a reminder that language remembers cruelty. There's Ixion too, mortal king, murderer, and general menace who tried to seduce Hera. Zeus, testing him, created a cloud in Hera's shape. Ixion, ever charming, fell for it. From that union came the race of centaurs. Zeus, unimpressed, bound Ixion to a flaming wheel that spins for eternity. The Greeks, you see, had a particular genius for fitting punishment to crime. And then we have the Danaïdes, the 50 daughters of Danaus, many of whom murdered their husbands on their wedding night. Their punishment? To fill a leaky vessel with water, endlessly, like Sisyphus, like Tantalus, condemned not by pain, but by futility. Tartarus isn't fire and brimstone. It's failure on repeat. The Greeks didn't invent this type of punishment. Mesopotamian and Egyptian myths have their own versions, but the Greeks made it elegant, personal, morally ironic. If you lied, you were denied truth. If you cheated, you were tricked. If you tried to surpass the gods, you were crushed by your own ambition. And speaking of ambition, one of the most fascinating inhabitants of Tartarus is a monster who never actually lived among men. Typhon. Born of Gaia and Tartarus, Typhon was a storm of a creature. He had 100 dragon heads, each spitting fire, and wings that stretched across the heavens. He challenged Zeus directly and nearly won. For a time, the gods fled in fear. According to the Homeric hymn to Dionysus, they transformed into animals and hid in Egypt, a delightful bit of mythological crossover. But eventually, Zeus rallied, struck Typhon with a thunderbolt, and buried him under Mount Etna. Some say his fiery breath still fuels the volcano. Typhon wasn't placed in Tartarus just to contain him, but to ensure he could never rise again. Tartarus, in this sense, isn't a place. It's a lid. The Greek view of punishment wasn't purely about cruelty. It was about restoring balance. Cosmic crime demanded cosmic consequence, not in the name of revenge, but in the name of order. The universe had a rhythm, and those who disrupted it were flung to the margins, to Tartarus. Yet strangely, Tartarus wasn't just a place for punishment. In some esoteric traditions, particularly among the Orphics and Pythagoreans, Tartarus was also a place of purification, a fiery crucible for the soul, burning away its misdeeds, preparing it for eventual rebirth. Reincarnation, after all, was a deeply held belief in some Greek circles. To these thinkers, Tartarus was more than hell. It was transformation. Even Plato, in his dialogue Gorgias, offers a vision of the afterlife where souls are sent to Tartarus for temporary penance. Not everyone stays forever. Some return chastened, enlightened. That idea of punishment as cleansing marks a shift from myth to philosophy. But let's not romanticize it too much. For the poets, Tartarus remained the dark basement of the world, a place where screams echo endlessly and the air tastes of iron, a place not just beyond life, but beyond meaning. And if you think no one ever dared visit it, well, think again. Heracles, as mentioned, descended to fetch Cerberus. But some say he glimpsed Tartarus too, peered into its chasm, heard the weeping. He said nothing about what he saw. He just came back stronger. Orpheus, during his descent, heard a sound from a distance. Not music, not speech. A kind of grinding. Perhaps the wheel of Ixion. Perhaps something older. In later Roman poetry, Lucan describes Tartarus in horrifying detail, full of ghosts, gorgons, and the ashes of hope. It became the model for later Christian hell. But the Greek version always retained something cooler, more clinical. You weren't burned. You were bored. You weren't screaming. You were straining. It's also worth noting that Tartarus wasn't for mortals. Not most of them. You had to do something truly memorable. Kill kin, defy the gods, meddle with fate. Everyday cowardice or greed didn't get you sent there. No, that earned you the Asphodel Meadows, which, depending on your tolerance for grey landscapes, might have been just as bad. In this way, Tartarus stood apart. It was a warning, a boundary, and a narrative tool. And it's still with us, really. The word Tartarus has persisted into modern language. It shows up in video games, novels, theology, and even cooking, though tartare sauce is mercifully unrelated. It's our cultural shorthand for the worst that can happen. Not pain, not even fear, but eternal consequence. Because for the Greeks, that was the true horror. Not death itself, but what came after. Not punishment, but being remembered only for your crime. To live on in myth, not as a hero, but as an example, a warning. So next time you hear of someone getting away with it, remember, in Greek thought, no one truly does. Not in the long run. Not in the mythic rhythm of the cosmos. Justice may be slow, but it's thorough. In our next chapter, we climb out of the abyss and walk into the light. Not the world of mortals, but Elysium, the paradise of heroes, philosophers, and poets. But don't relax just yet. Even paradise has conditions. And sometimes the reward is more complicated than the punishment. If Tartarus is the grim basement of the cosmos, all chains, futility, and divine disappointment, then Elysium is its golden attic, a place of gentle winds, endless spring, and soft music played on harps that never go out of tune. But don't get too comfortable. This is Greek mythology after all, and even paradise comes with paperwork. Elysium, or the Elysian Fields, was the reward for the exceptionally good, the notably heroic, and occasionally the just plain well-connected. While most souls drifted through the grey anonymity of the Asphodel Meadows, and the very worst were dropped screaming into Tartarus, a lucky few awoke in Elysium to find themselves not suffering, which, by Greek standards, was astonishing. But let's not confuse this with heaven. Elysium wasn't granted by mercy or faith. It was earned through courage, through virtue, through proximity to the gods. You didn't get in by confessing. You got in by mattering. The earliest mentions of Elysium appear in Homer. In the Odyssey, the hero Menelaus is told that he will not die, but will be sent to the ends of the earth, to Elysium, where life is easy, the air is always sweet, and the sea breeze sings. No snow, no storms, just peace. One imagines Menelaus, who spent 10 years fighting at Troy, and another decade wandering, rather appreciated the offer. In Homer's version, Elysium is not underground. It's far away, at the ends of the earth, near the river Oceanus. It's not a place of the dead so much as a reward for very specific mortals. Early Elysium, in other words, is not democratic. It's elite. But over time, the myth evolved. By the time of Pindar, in the 5th century BCE, Elysium becomes less a physical location and more a spiritual destination. Souls judged to be righteous were sent there. Not just heroes, but poets, philosophers, even athletes. Those who had lived not just boldly, but well. Later still, under Orphic and Pythagorean influence, the concept of reincarnation took hold. And here, Elysium became part of a cycle. If a soul lived virtuously, it might go to Elysium. If it lived that way 3 times in a row, 3 virtuous lives, it could escape the wheel of rebirth altogether and be granted eternal bliss in the Isles of the Blessed. Think of it as the VIP lounge of paradise, the reward for mastering mortality. What did one do in Elysium? The myths are vague, which is quite on brand for paradise. It's always a bit underdefined. Some sources suggest you could spend eternity enjoying athletic contests, music, feasts, and philosophical conversation. An endless symposium, but without the hangover. Others describe Elysium as a place of calm, where the soul is no longer restless, no longer yearning, simply content. One later tradition paints it like a permanent springtime countryside. No extremes, no chaos, just balance. As if the very climate were a reward. There is no farming in Elysium, but the fruit grows on trees. There is no fire, but the warmth is constant. No need for temples or sacrifices. Here, the gods are at peace too, or perhaps simply absent, having already rendered their judgment. It wasn't gaudy. There were no gold streets, no gem-studded gates. Instead, Elysium was imagined as a field, green, open, bathed in sunlight, with a river running through it. Trees in bloom, birds singing, nothing sharp or bitter. Even the shadows were soft. You could walk forever and never grow tired. You could rest forever and never grow bored. But crucially, Elysium wasn't for everyone. Most souls didn't qualify. The Asphodel Meadows, with its fog and forgetfulness, remained the default. Elysium had standards. The judges of the dead, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Iacchus, were the gatekeepers, and they were not known for leniency. Even the gods rarely interfered with the process. Zeus didn't hand out Elysium passes to favourites. Hades didn't make exceptions. The system, once in motion, was remarkably impartial. Unless, of course, you were favoured by the gods during life. In which case, as in all things Greek, the rules occasionally bent. Among the most famous Elysian residents was Achilles, though he didn't exactly enjoy it, according to Homer. When Odysseus meets him in the underworld, Achilles says he would rather be a poor farmer alive than a king among the dead. A bitter sentiment, but one that reflects an earlier view, that no afterlife, no matter how pleasant, could compare to the vibrancy of life. But not all agreed. Later poets, Virgil especially, reimagined Elysium as a genuine reward. In the Aeneid, Aeneas visits the Elysian fields and finds not sorrow, but joy. He meets his father, Anchises, among the blessed. He sees warriors, musicians, statesmen, all at peace. and he learns about the cycle of souls, how they drink from the river Lethe to forget their former lives before being reborn. Here, Elysium becomes not just reward, but a station on a cosmic journey. In some interpretations, the Lethe runs along the edge of Elysium, a kind of threshold. Drink from it, and you forget. Stay unthirsty, and you remember. The Orphics, always keen on avoiding rebirth, instructed their initiates to avoid Lethe and seek Mnemosyne, the river of memory. That way the soul could remain awake, aware, and continue toward final liberation. Philosophers loved Elysium. Plato hinted at it in his dialogues, especially when discussing the immortality of the soul. For the wise, the just, and the brave, death was not an end, but a return, a homecoming. Socrates, facing execution, spoke of death as a liberation. Not a plunge into darkness, but a step into the light. One imagines he hoped for Elysium, though he was far too humble to say it aloud. There's even evidence that Elysium inspired actual behaviour. Inscriptions from Orphic burials include phrases like, "I am a child of earth and starry heaven, but my race is of the heavens alone." These souls believed, or hoped, that they had earned their place in Elysium. They were not begging. They were reciting credentials. This view of paradise, not as charity but as achievement, is distinctively Greek. It reflects a culture that valued action, virtue, and memory. The gods, for all their thunderbolts and transformations, didn't dominate the afterlife. Mortals did. Their choices mattered. Their stories endured. And those stories made Elysium something more than myth. It became a mirror, a goal, a whisper in the ear of those still alive, urging them to live well, because rest, if earned, was real. Interestingly, Elysium wasn't always described as eternal. For some, it was a holding place, a stopover between lives. In certain traditions, even those in Elysium could choose to return to the mortal world if they so wished. In Virgil's Aeneid, Aeneas sees the souls of great Romans to be waiting patiently in Elysium before being reborn into history. The afterlife, it turns out, had recruitment posters. Some souls chose to return, some did not. The idea that paradise includes the option of leaving it is one of the more philosophically haunting aspects of Greek thought. Fulfillment might exist, but so does choice. Even joy cannot always bind a restless spirit. And let us not forget the Isles of the Blessed, sometimes considered an extension of Elysium, other times a separate realm entirely. Reserved for those who lived 3 righteous lives, the Isles were said to be even more beautiful, even more serene. There, it was always spring. The breeze was perfumed. The stars shone closer. If Elysium was a dream, the Isles were the dreamer's final piece. Poets, too, imagined Elysium as a place of legacy, where bards might sit beside their muses, where wisdom flowed like wine, where the noise of war and politics faded into memory. It was not about doing any more. It was about being complete. It's a curious thing that the ancients, so often focused on glory and power, placed the greatest peace not in triumph, but in letting go. That after a life of striving, the prize was a green field and silence. Perhaps they understood what we often forget, that the highest reward is not to be remembered by others, but to no longer need to be. And so, Elysium waits, not with open arms, but with soft grass, warm sun, and the gentle hush of everything finished. In our next chapter, we descend once more, but not into punishment or paradise. Instead, we meet the beings who keep the underworld running. Creatures, spirits, and divine enforcers who inhabit the space between myth and metaphor. Cerberus, the Furies, the Shadows. Those who are not judged, but who judge. Those who do not rest and make sure others do. By now, we've met the kings and queens of the underworld. We've strolled through its fields, peered into its prisons, and crossed its rivers. But there's another class of inhabitant that we've yet to meet. The enforcers. The watchful eyes. The teeth behind the judgment. These are the creatures and spirits who dwell in the shadows, not to be judged, but to make sure judgment is upheld. They do not rest, they are not reborn, they are the staff. Let us begin with the most iconic of them all, Cerberus, the three-headed hound who guards the gates of Hades. Sometimes called the Hound of Hell, though that's a later Christian phrase, Cerberus is not evil. He's simply thorough. He stands at the threshold of the underworld, not to keep people out, but to keep the dead in. It's an important distinction. The Greeks didn't worry much about demons dragging people to the afterlife. They worried about the dead wandering out again. Cerberus ensured the finality of death. If you passed him, you stayed past. Descriptions of Cerberus vary. In some myths, he has 3 heads, each snarling and independent, perhaps representing past, present and future. In others he has 50, or 100. He may also have a mane of snakes, a serpent for a tail, and eyes that see both night and soul. Despite all this terror, Cerberus is remarkably ineffective against certain musical genres. Orpheus, on his descent, famously lulled the hound to sleep with his lyre. In other stories, Heracles subdues him with brute strength, dragging him into the sunlight as part of his 12th labour. A thankless task for Cerberus, who simply wants to do his job without being serenaded, strangled or kidnapped. Still, he is loyal, fearsome, tireless. And like most underworld entities, he doesn't hate, he simply functions. There is something almost tragic about him. The dog who never leaves his post, never runs, never plays, always watching, always waiting, but Cerberus is not alone. Wander deeper into the gloom, and you'll hear another sound, not growling, but hissing, whispering. This is the realm of the Erinyes, the Furies. 3 of them typically: Alecto, unceasing; Megaera, grudging; and Tisiphone, avenger of murder. They are older than the Olympians, born, some say, from the blood of Uranus when he was castrated by Cronus. Others say they sprang from Night herself. Either way, they are vengeance incarnate. Unlike Cerberus, who stays in Hades, the Furies move freely. They travel to the surface when necessary, to punish those who commit heinous crimes, murder of kin, betrayal of blood, oaths broken beyond repair. They are not malicious, they are meticulous. The Furies are not the punishment, they are the pursuit, They chase, they drive their quarry mad, not through torture, through guilt. In Aeschylus's Oresteia, the Furies pursue Orestes, who has killed his mother to avenge his father. The morality is complex, the gods are conflicted, but the Furies do not debate. They howl, they torment. They claw at the mind until justice is acknowledged, or a new justice is invented to contain them. Eventually, Athena calms them, offers them a new role, as Eumenides, the kindly ones. A diplomatic rebranding, if ever there was one. The idea was to give them a shrine, honour, a role within the city's justice system. But one suspects they never quite stopped being Furies. Just quieter now, waiting. And then there are the Shades. The majority of souls in the underworld are not heroes or villains. They are the anonymous dead, the forgotten, the ordinary. These are the Shades, pale, insubstantial, without memory or form. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus must feed them blood in order for them to speak. Without it, they drift, murmuring, mindless. In early Greek thought, the shade, or psyche, is what remains of a person, not the full self, just the outline, like a dream of someone you once knew. They do not suffer, but neither do they thrive. They do not speak unless spoken to. They are not cruel, but they may be confused. Shades populate the asphodel meadows in vast numbers. Billions of them, one imagines, flickering like candlelight in mist. A field of memoryless souls, each one having lived, loved, died, and now indistinct. It is one of the more haunting visions of the afterlife. Not torment, not reward, just erosion. And yet, even the shades must be watched, managed. And here we meet another class of beings, the daimons of the underworld. These are not demons in the Christian sense, but lesser spirits. Some guide souls, some guard rivers, some drift between roles, shadows in service to Hades. Among them are the carers, the spirits of violent death, war, plague, accidents. They do not kill. They arrive when death is inevitable, like buzzards, but with a sense of timing. Hesiod calls them daughters of night, sisters of doom. In battle, they drift above, waiting for blood to spill. They are drawn to it, not to cause it, to witness it. There are also spirits called lampades, torch-bearing nymphs who accompany Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft and crossroads. They guide souls in ritual. They flicker in the dark corners of the world, especially at the edge of night, or when the moon is thin. Unlike the Furies or Cerberus, they are not feared, but they are never far. And we must not forget Charon, our ferryman from chapter 5, who continues to row back and forth, patient, silent. He is not a creature in the bestial sense, but he is part of this cast, an underworld staff member, a cog in the machine, reliable, underpaid, immortal. The Greeks imagined the underworld as fully staffed, fully organised. There were guards, messengers, guides, enforcers, even border patrol. But there was no king's guard in shining armour, no choir of angels, no gloating demons. The underworld was dignified, grave. It policed itself with ritual, memory, and myth. Now, step back for a moment. Ask, what do these beings represent? Cerberus is not just a guard dog. He's the line between life and death. crossable in only one direction. And even then, not easily. The Furies are not just angry goddesses. They are the embodiment of consequence, especially the kind we try to forget. The guilt that doesn't go away, the memory that festers, the voice that whispers, "You know what you did?" The shades are not merely souls. They are the inevitability of being forgotten, a reflection of the Greek fear not of death, but of oblivion. To die is natural, but to be unremembered, that is tragic. And the daemonic figures, the carers, the lampades, they remind us that not all of death is planned. Not all is fair. Some deaths come screaming, unexpected. Some slip through cracks. The underworld acknowledges them all, tracks them all, processes them all. Even the gods fear some of these beings. When Hera, Queen of the Heavens, seeks revenge, she doesn't always throw lightning. She whispers to the Furies. She stirs up the spirits. She moves the pieces that cannot be moved by Olympian decree. Hades and Persephone, too, rely on this retinue. They do not rule through fear. They rule through structure. And structure must be upheld not by laws, but by those who live in the cracks between laws. The underworld creatures do not judge, they enforce. One must also mention Hecate, a complex figure, often shown holding twin torches. Though not confined to the underworld, she is closely associated with it. She walks between worlds. Goddess of magic, crossroads and ghosts. She was invoked in household rituals and major rites alike. She presides over entrances, not just literal doors, but thresholds of transformation. She is there when a soul crosses from life to death, and perhaps when one tries to return. In some versions, Hecate is honoured as a companion of Persephone, or even her guide. She is not one of the dead, but she moves among them, and they obey her. It is fascinating how many of these figures are female. The Furies, the Kyries, the Lampades, Hecate herself. The ancient Greeks saw in death a feminine power, not soft, not maternal, but relentless, precise, watching. And that may be the most striking thing about these creatures of the underworld. They are not evil. They are inevitable. They do not break the rules. They are the rules. They are the jaws of justice, the teeth behind myth, the reminder that death, like life, has a bureaucracy, and it must be obeyed. And yet, in all of this, there is something comforting. The underworld is not chaos. It is order. It is staffed. It is monitored. One does not fall into it and vanish. One is received, processed, watched. That may not be cheery, but it is dignified. Perhaps that's why the Greeks feared the underworld, but did not hate it. They respected it. It was not wild. It was civilized, in a way that only eternity can be. Next, we reach our final descent, not into a place, but into an idea. What did the underworld mean to the ancient Greeks? What did death teach them about life? In our final chapter, we'll explore how philosophers, poets, and common people alike imagined what came after, and why it mattered so deeply to those still breathing. If you followed us this far, past the rivers and gates, past judgment, through the fields and the fire, past guardians, singers, heroes and kings, you might be tempted to ask the ultimate question: What exactly was the point? What did the ancient Greeks believe about death? Not just its mechanisms, not just its geography, but its meaning. Why build an entire mythology, layer by layer, soul by soul, creature by creature, unless it taught you something about life? The underworld, for all its gloom, was not just a cosmic warehouse of souls. It was a mirror, a moral map, a story the Greeks told themselves and each other about how to live well and how to die well. In this final chapter, we look not just at Hades and Persephone, or Tartarus and Elysium, but at the Greeks themselves, and how the dead shaped the living. To begin with, we must recognize that the Greeks feared death deeply, but not in the way one might assume. They didn't fear fire or demons or eternal torture. Those are later anxieties. What they feared, more than pain, was erasure. To die was natural. To be forgotten, that was unbearable. This is why so many Greek heroes are obsessed with glory, kleos. Achilles doesn't fight at Troy for wealth or safety. He fights for memory, to be sung of, to be known. For the Greeks, fame was a form of afterlife. Not in heaven, but in story. The only immortality a mortal could truly earn. This fear of being forgotten shaped everything, from funeral rites to epic poetry. Yet the dead had to be buried, mourned, named. Their tombs marked, their deeds recorded. A nameless grave was a kind of second death, and the underworld was filled with those who had not been remembered, shades who had lost not only their lives, but their identities. The idea of psyche, the soul, evolved over time. In Homer, the soul is something like breath. When you die, it leaves. It has no power, no self. In later thought, particularly under Orphic and philosophical influence, the soul becomes more a moral essence. A passenger, perhaps, travelling from body to body. Capable of growth. Even salvation. This led to the idea that death wasn't the end of a person, but the next step in a process. A transformation. For the Pythagoreans, the soul was divine. Trapped in the body like a prisoner in a cell. Death released it. If you lived wisely, the soul ascended, or escaped the cycle of rebirth altogether. The Orphics went further. They offered detailed instructions for the soul's journey. Small gold tablets, found in graves from southern Italy to Crete, bear cryptic inscriptions. One reads, "I am a child of earth and starry heaven, but my race is of the heavens alone." You yourselves know this. I have drunk from the cold spring of memory. These were not prayers, they were passwords. The soul, upon death, recited them to prove its identity, its purity, its belonging. In these traditions, the underworld became less a final resting place and more a kind of checkpoint, a border crossing. Souls were weighed, tested, moved, perhaps judged, certainly observed. But while mystery cults and philosophers developed these ideas, most Greeks remained grounded. They mourned their dead with ritual and reverence, not for fear of punishment, but for fear of absence. To leave the dead unburied was to disrupt the order of things, to anger the gods, but also more tenderly to break the bond between generations. Funeral practices were precise. The body washed, anointed, wrapped. Mourners keened and sang. Coins were placed, for Charon, of course. Libations poured, names spoken, offerings left. A procession led the dead to their tombs, where they were laid with items from life, cups, mirrors, armour, toys. Not because they would use them, but because they spoke of who the dead had been. And the living returned to the tombs. Anniversaries, festivals, shared meals among the stones. The dead were not shut away, they were hosted. This closeness to death shaped Greek architecture, poetry, even politics. Pericles, in his famous funeral oration, didn't praise the dead simply for dying bravely. He praised them for giving Athens its memory, its identity. In remembering the fallen, Athens remembered itself.